Israel, President Trump and others. The gunman's mother not cooperating, they say, with the investigation. And 2 police officers shot Thursday night in Walton, Kentucky. Went to a man's home with a warrant to arrest him. Suspect barricaded himself for time in a building before taking his own life. The officers are in stable condition. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It was a wild day in the sports world. In football, the Cowboys stunned the NFL by trading 2-time All-Pro pass rusher Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers following a lengthy contract dispute. Parsons, one of just 2 players in NFL history to record at least 12 sacks in his first 4 seasons, won't have to wait long to face his old teammates. The Packers and Cowboys will play in Week 4 on Sunday Night Football. And on the diamond, Phillies star Kyle Schwarber became the 21st player in Major League history to hit 4 home runs in a single game in a 19-4 rout of the Braves. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Petco shares surged as much as 31% Thursday after raising its earnings targets for the year as the company's turnaround is starting to show signs of progress. The struggling pet retailer brought in a new CEO after reporting its first annual net loss as a public company. So far, his efforts have focused on revamping stores, closing underperforming ones, reworking inventory, and adding staff, while investing in high-growth areas like animal pharmacies and grooming. Hormel Foods says it's raising prices after rising costs for meat, nuts, and other goods cut into its profit. The maker of Spam, Jennie-O Turkey, and Planters Nuts says the cost of bellies used in bacon products alone have gone up 30% compared with last year. Hormel is the latest company telling customers they'll be facing higher prices for food and household goods. Just this week, Ace Hardware said that rising costs from Trump's tariffs will likely push up prices at thousands of Ace stores across the country. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-334-1155. 800-334-1155. Again, that's 800-334-1155.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's an NL East showdown you won't want to miss when the Mets are in town from Monday, September 8th through Thursday, September 11th. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will put the fun in Funko on Saturday, August 30th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Braves, and they take home a Chick-fil-A Bryce Harper Funko Pop collectible. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have liftoff here on this Friday morning, August 29th, 2025, final Friday in the month of August on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is the Sean and Dawn Show again. Here we go, part 2, the sequel. And let's hope, yesterday was a fun day, but let's hope this one goes about as well as Empire Strikes Back did for the great Star Wars franchise, one of the best sequels in movie history. Here we go.
Well, Greg Stocker he'll be our Obi-Wan Kenobi, sorry.
Yes, that's right. Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope. As my good friend Obi-Wan said when he was looking at J.B. Pritzker, he said to me, "That's no moon, it's a space station." Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right? Look at that. We are live with you for the next 4 hours, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Dawn takes over at that point as we hand the baton on. But we are here with a lot to go over today. New information regarding the school shooting in Minneapolis. Some disturbing new information coming out. Some preferences of this school shooter, what he was looking for, information about the school shooter's mother. This is what happens in the wake of these crises. We'll get to all that as well. Cracker Barrel makes a big move, reversing course on some DEI stuff. Democrats continue to be divided over one of the most divisive topics, as it turns out, in American politics. That's the Israel-Gaza conflict. We'll have the cut sheet. We'll have the fight of the week coming up in that final hour. A lot more in between. But before we do that, Dawn, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. We got a lot of news. Are you ready?
Oh, let's do it. Let's hit the news.
Woo! Yeah, this is millions of people, more than 3 million people hitting the roads today, a big travel day, Philadelphia International. Oh, get ready, TSA lines, all that good stuff. So I hear the airport is already packed, by the way, long lines. As far as the city of Philadelphia, well, they've found some money. Isn't that interesting? Day after Philadelphia's own attorney, George Picchetto, represented advocacy groups as well as Philadelphia school children. They found some money to restore at least the bus lines most used by school students. As we always say, here in Philadelphia, not all school students get the school bus door-to-door service, the yellow school bus, like everybody else in the country and, all the suburbs do. So they rely, middle schools, junior high schools, and high schools, all of them, they must take SEPTA. So in this one, this money comes from that transit subsidy in the city's 2026 budget that'll allow SEPTA to restore routes that have been impacted by service cuts. So they did find the money, but I will say it was under a ton of pressure. And like I say, yesterday morning at this time, I was reporting that lawsuit that was indeed filed where they called them out, said it was a concocted crisis, not a real crisis, and there was never any need to do any cuts, quite frankly. So service will be augmented on routes that serve a significant number of students to reduce the crowding and all those pass-ups. And that begins next week, obviously Tuesday, by improving the frequencies with some added buses there. So all the routes, it's all online. It's on our website, every website, but routes 14, 20, 23, 26, all the way through 82, T2, T5, etc. And then SEPTA publishing that restored schedule for the 84, 88, and 31 routes. And that's along the 400 series routes. That'll be mid-September. Now, keep in mind, SEPTA, why is this all happening? Well, first of all, we're going on the 9th week where we don't have a Pennsylvania budget in the Commonwealth, no budget, and that is costing schools and other municipalities more than $1 billion. The money is not there right now. So a lot of pressure on lawmakers in Harrisburg to get her done, if you will. As far as the phase 1 cuts, they went into effect, and this is due to a $213 million deficit this fiscal year. That's just SEPTA's deficit. Republicans and the rest of the state have said, why should the rest of the state do this bailout? And they've suggested some DOGE, among other things, because they say Democrats want to raise taxes to the tune of $2,000 per family in Pennsylvania. That's what the tax bill would be. So more cuts to come, I will point out to you, starting Monday, Labor Day into Tuesday. So another 21% fare hike. That goes into effect Monday because of all of the, Tuesday, obviously, after the Labor Day holiday. And then remember, regional rails, they'll see reduced service as well. So school district reporting as well, 63% of schools here in Philadelphia are showing a huge increase in late arrivals of students this week. 54% report a huge increase in student absences because kids can't get to school. So we have this going on, and I know that we talked about that one. Speaking of back to school, I want to update you as far as Minneapolis, back to school, more candlelight vigils there. And as that investigation continues after that psychotic coward killer, as he's been called, had opened fire standing outside of the church, firing through stained glass windows. And of course, he was at one point a student at Annunciation Church and School. So the two students who were killed in the Annunciation Catholic School mass shooting and that massacre, they were an 8-year-old boy that we're learning about and a 10-year-old little girl. So Fletcher Merkel, 8 years young, Harper Moisky, 10. They both died, and there you see their pictures. So little Fletcher's the 8-year-old in the red shirt, and there's Harper. What a cutie pie. Her family's... Now, the little girl, Harper, on the right, her parents issued a written statement. As far as Fletcher, the 8-year-old on the left, if you're watching us on YouTube, Fletcher's dad, was able to speak out.
A coward decided to take our 8-year-old son, Fletcher, away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming. Fletcher loved his family, friends, fishing, cooking, and any sport that he was allowed to play.
So, little Fletcher, Harper, we're also learning more about the others as far as 15 children who were injured and the 3 adults. So we had some good news yesterday with all of those victims. First of all, 6 of the kids were treated and released from the hospital yesterday. So that's great news. I think the worst of it, remember the story, and we played the audio, I think, yesterday with the little boy, redheaded little boy, and he was describing his friend Victor, who had, sort of, pushed the boy down, and Victor had sort of laid on top of him to shield him as a human shield. We keep hearing that story. And so one of the kids, Victor, we actually got the update on him. He's one of those kids who was the worst hit. There's also a little girl. She's still in a critical condition, but they do expect her to pull through. So we got more information as far as the shooting victims, what they were going through in those moments. I think one of the most, the one that got you, well, I say the one, but one of the stories was how the children in Catholic schools, and my kids had this too, they call them a mentee. You have a mentor and a mentee. My married name is mentee, so they would tease my boys about it. But in truth, let's say you have, you're a 7th grade kid, you're a mentor, if you will, to the 5th grade and the 4th grade kids. And they're taught that, the buddy system. And so they were explaining that's why the worst injuries that you're seeing are the middle school kids, because the middle school kids were the ones who just, this is in their brain, that they just protected their younger classmates.
Wow. That's so sad.
So it does. It hits your heart when you hear all of these stories. We're also hearing more.
Before we move on, I just want to show footage of that. I do have some footage of the older kids escorting the younger ones out.
Where are they? Oh, wow. Look at that.
Where's the shooter? No one knows.
Look at this one kid standing at the door waving his. Wow.
That's my Michael. You see them in their green polo uniform. The green uniform shorts, the navy blue or green shirts, navy blue shorts. One student in a wheelchair there, and that's just the kind of spirit they have there with the older kids, always helping the younger kids, and even in a hail of bullet fire coming through the church windows as they were praying at Mass 15 minutes into Mass. You think about these brave kids. It's an incredible story. We're also learning more about the mother of the identified killer who then turned the gun on himself. That's 23-year-old Rob Westman. The original name was Robert, changed the name Rob to Robin, and awaiting toxicology. A lot more conversation about what kinds of medications this individual may have been. Worked at a dispensary, at a marijuana dispensary, and also a lot of talk about THC and weed and THC's impact on medications such as the hormone therapies that maybe a trans kid may be on, but as well on antidepressants. And so there are a lot of conversations around that as well this morning.
Yeah, that's interesting. The interaction of the drugs, how they shake hands with one another or lack thereof. That's very interesting. You listen to the video. I listened to some of that quote unquote video manifesto that the shooter posted, and he did sound like he was high in a way. So it's interesting you bring up that this person worked at a marijuana dispensary. I wonder how much that played a role, right? Or how much how long has this guy been exposed to THC? Because the effects of THC on an undeveloped brain and psychosis, and I obviously know there's already mental illness there with gender dysphoria. So very interesting. And RFK says he's going to be investigating the drugs. So We'll see.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know Caroline Levitt. We'll get into all of it. Caroline Levitt brought this up at the news conference. Obviously, we talked about the president and First Lady Melania Trump. She actually brought up, some of the medications that kids are on and that
Yep.
sort of thing. So highly relevant. The final point on this Minneapolis story, and that'll close that out, is that the shooter's mother, Mary, finding out a lot about her. Apparently the FBI issued one of those search warrants. We were wondering 4 search warrants that they were serving. We learned from the feds that they were in Naples, Florida yesterday, as they were apparently Mary, the mom, Mary Westman, has a home in Naples, Florida. They didn't find her there. She has been non-cooperative, they say, and that she has hired a criminal attorney, which is
interesting.
It is, normally you hire an attorney, but it would be, I don't know, somebody who's a better spokesperson or perhaps a civil attorney. So a lot of people were sort of scratching their heads. Why a criminal attorney and high profile at that? So that one was a head scratcher for sure. I want to get to this because yesterday, about 11:15, all of a sudden, I had this stomach thing come on, and I'd said to Dan, I never eat. If you know me, Sean, and Nick Kayal always teases me.
We had an emergency situation.
We did. We had an
yesterday,
emergency.
Sean. Yeah.
It's weird.
Really?
Yeah, we had to pull the plug on Dawn.
My goodness.
We had a great show going. Meg Brock
You
was
sound
on,
great,
right?
though. I'm surprised that you're in such a good, spirits.
Well, then I see this. Remember what I said? I never eat. But yesterday I made these hard-boiled eggs, and I had eggs because protein, you're trying to eat a little more protein. Well, then I see this egg recall, salmonella outbreak with link to eggs, and it's already sickened about 100 people across the country. So they are sold, and CDC putting this out. So I don't know, was it that I hard-boiled them? Maybe not quite enough or something. I have no idea, but it was just weird to me. And then I looked, and sure enough, these were the eggs.
Welcome back.
So
wow,
there's
look at that.
But it was
someone tried to take you out, Dawn.
That's what it is.
It was, you know what it was? It was the Mossad. Probably, according to Candace Owens, the Jews just tried to poison Dawn.
Not the Russians?
No, the Russians aren't the bad guys anymore. You gotta,
that's right.
You gotta keep with it, Dan. It's the Jews now. It's the Mossad. It's just ask Tucker or Candace Owens. They'll tell you all about it.
Keep up.
Right.
But yeah, the salmonella outbreak, they traced it to the egg. CDC prevention putting this out, more than 100 people across 14 states, including Pennsylvania. So heads up, check the eggs, if you will. And the CDC putting that out there. They're called Country Eggs, Lucerne Valley. They're from California. So they go under a lot of different labels: sunshine yolks, golden yolks. But
Gavin Newsom's fault.
Gavin with his funky hand.
Greasy Gavin. We call him Greasy Gavin.
Yeah,
Look at his
weird
hair.
hand
Greasy
motions. I know we have a lot more to get to, but I do have to talk about, after a rough stretch with our Philadelphia Phillies, the Schwarber, Kyle Schwarber, Woo! 21st player in MLB history to hit 4 homer game, and it's pretty exciting. So remember the first with Mike Schmidt back in April of 2017.
That one's drilled deep to right field. He has done it. 4 home runs in a game. A 3-run home run.
Yeah, baby. So 19-6 victory. It felt good. He took the outright National League homer lead with a career high of 49, moved within 1 of Seattle's Cal Raleigh for the Major League lead.
Yeah.
49
home runs. Sean?
Suck it.
No,
Wow.
Sean, become a Phillies fan. It's time.
No.
Ditch the Rangers. Who cares about Texas?
No.
What?
No. I will not. I cannot root for anything out of the city of Philadelphia except
Come on.
1210 W. Except 1210 WPHT. That's the exception rule. Can't do it. You know what? If you guys hadn't broken the Liberty Bell, I'd be a little more. I'd be a little more sympathetic.
That's why.
All it is
You guys know the deal. Remember whose line is it anyway? Right? The Irish drinking song. I'd like to tell you something. It's just a simple fact that if the bell was in New York, it never would have cracked. Oh, right? You understand? You understand how it is? That almost got me ran out of town.
At some point, we got to hear why you're a fan of Texas and New York Jets.
The Texas thing is a very long story. Yeah. Maybe we'll get to it today. The Jets, obviously, I'm from there. Whole 9 yards. The Texas story is a long story.
Hey, it's typical Philadelphia. We just have a crack problem, just like Kensington. Dan knew that. Dan and I know each other so well. He looked.
The Liberty Bell was the original crackhead in Philly.
Yeah, that's
huh?
right.
I get you.
Got a little crack.
There you go.
Hey, we have to end on we've had so much sad news involving kids. This one in New Jersey is a wonderful story of heroism. This 8-year-old little boy, you got to see this. And these officers who saved him as he's up on an upper floor in a second-story window. The fire is engulfed in flames. This is Asbury. This is New Jersey. And you got to see this you can't believe anybody survived.
Wow.
Anybody hear that?
You see the body cam. These two officers running
Where you
out.
at? Come to the window. Up in the window.
Page 1005.
Push it out. Break it. Break the window. Break it. Hard.
Silver. Unit 103.
You can't open the window. It's stuck.
Hard. Come up to me. Put yourself up. Come on. Come on. Push it open, bro. Squeeze through. Who else is in there? You got it.
You're seeing the window. Now we see his feet.
Come on.
You see the flames lapping. They put their arms
Smoke
up.
coming out of the window.
Here are the officers. 2 officers below.
Come on, bro.
Gosh, this is like something out of a movie.
Jump, kiddo, jump. Smoke spewing out of the window with the little boy's legs. You can see his feet.
There's smoke coming right out of the window.
Get you through, brother. Come on.
YouTube.com/@12 from WPHT.
Right here.
Holy cow, this is dramatic. Wow.
Come on. We right here.
And caught him.
Wow.
Whew. These officers.
I truly believe that he was going to jump. I think it just took a lot of courage, especially for an 8-year-old, to do the jump. And like I said, we just kind of were telling him to do it because we just needed his trust in us, and that's what he did when he jumped. He trusted us to catch him, and that was the outcome of that.
And then, DeWitt, I want to talk to you about this. You know, you respond to dozens of calls a day. I mean, at bare minimum. Have you ever responded to something like this?
No, nothing so specific. This is a very intense situation. I knew as soon as I heard his voice that I needed to get this kid out of here as fast as possible.
Yeah, it was a race against time, and then you're here, a local station interviewing the officers. But by the way, Officer Bacon is a local resident, and then an Asbury Park police officer, John Walsh. So Officers Bacon, Officers Walsh, they have been recognized for their fast thinking, their quick thinking, getting there before, firefighters did. They got there immediately, but also recognized for helping rescue the kid. And so they've been honored by their community. And, we all just want to honor them, right? For their heroism. And they stuck with it, to get the kid. Because you think, oh my God, is he going to be overcome by smoke?
Right.
So an incredible
There's people who want to
story.
take funding away from these people. Could you imagine defund the police after watching that video? Could you just imagine? Come on. Those people are heroes. Absolute heroes.
Well, thank you, Officer DeWitt Bacon, Officer John Walsh, who saved the life of this little boy. And so thank God his parents as well, thanking him. We
That's
are
right.
sponsored by Staples this morning, bright and early on this Friday, Labor Day Friday, on the 29th of August. Your local Staples has some hot deals and super low prices. That's throughout the store on everything for your business. Right now at Staples, you save up to $125 off your print order. This is huge. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for all the details. Ends 9/13. You have until September 13th for this amazing deal. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program. That's at Staples. Thank you, Staples. Beautiful day today, although starting out chilly again, 80 degrees today on your Friday.
All right. Thank you, Dawn, for the news. We'll be back in just a little bit, short break, and we'll dive headfirst into the new developments in the Minneapolis school shooting, the tragedy that took the lives of 2 beautiful little children. We'll get into all of that and more on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's the Sean and Dawn Show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday nights at 10, James Bailey and Daryl Dobis run down all of the big high school games in the region. Be here Friday night at 10, the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, Dawn Stensland with you here. August 29th, 2025, as we bring you to 10 a.m. the next 4 or so hours. The Sean and Dawn Show.
Woo! We
rocking and rolling. I'm going to plant a seed. We're going to plant a seed. We're gardening. We have a green thumb, beautiful green thumb.
Farmer Farish.
I'm going to ask a question. I asked it on X. Maybe it's too challenging for the internet this early, although it may be too challenging for the internet overall. But the internet has its way of never ceasing to amaze me. No, most people are getting the answer right, and we'll dive into it head first as we wrap up the first hour. As Dawn was mentioning, new information coming out about the Minneapolis school shooter, and as much as it is a tragedy, and as much as I would love to move on to something nice and bubbly and good, we do want to. I always say, not just diagnose the problem, but figure out ways to keep the problem from happening again. Right? Rather than just treating symptoms, we want to actually treat the condition, right? And try and fix it moving forward. So the question that I'm going to ask. And it's not a rhetorical question. This is a question that I believe needs to be asked across the entire political spectrum, but mainly to folks, the malleable, I call them the malleable middle, because you can influence some of those minds in the middle, the independents, the left as well. Anybody want to take a stab at the question as to why criminals, would-be criminals, lawbreakers, etc., why criminals do not abide by gun laws and gun-free zones? And if you're listening to that and you're like, oh, this is a stupid question. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course, criminals don't abide by gun laws. Well, what do you mean, of course, they don't abide by gun law? Because they're criminals. That's why. It's in the name. It's in the name. You know, we hear about gun control, this control, that control. It's like, we already have laws. Like, Dawn, am I right or wrong? Like, we have laws against murdering people, killing people, assaulting people, right? Aren't those things already illegal, and yet it happens? Why is that?
It's interesting that you say that. So my son, Michael, who's at Penn State and studying criminal justice. And so one of the things that they're studying right now in one of the classes is exactly what you're saying. And there are so many studies. And we were just talking about this the other night, because there are all these studies that show if you are part of a community, if you volunteer, if you are part of a faith-based community, if you are part of a close-knit family, all of these things mean that you are most likely not going to be a criminal.
Right.
And so if you think about, if you look at the communities that are hardest hit, and then you think about the gangs that are allowed to run rampant, you think about the drugs, the breakdown of the family, you think about all the things that we talk about, the statistics, you say, well, of course. So even if you're born in a zip code that is against you and that puts you against all odds, if you're a member of a faith-based, whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue, if you're part of a family, if you have both parents there or maybe the grandparents who live with the family and are helpful with that, then even despite your zip code, you have a less likely chance of becoming a criminal. So it's about family. You are less likely to become. It protects you, in other words.
Right.
It protects your life. It pretty much, I'm not saying guarantees, but you have a greater likelihood of having a good life, and you don't have to become a criminal.
Well, there's a phrase, right? There's an old cliche for that, right? You are the company you keep, essentially, right? Mm-hmm. You are who you surround you are more likely to become who you surround yourself with versus, a polar opposite. I hear all the time after every instance of gun violence, you want to call it, right? That we need more gun laws. It's already illegal to kill somebody with a gun. What more do you want? You want to take guns out of the hands? The only people who are going to abide by gun laws are people who abide by laws in the first place. Criminals are not going to abide by gun control laws because they're criminals. Just like criminals don't abide by drug laws. Just like criminals who commit fraud don't abide by, whatever it might be, financial fraud and all those laws, right? Just like criminals who are about to steal something from a retail store don't abide by anti-theft laws. I'm not saying the laws are pointless, but when you already have laws that criminalize, killing somebody or shooting somebody or illegally possessing a firearm, putting more laws in place it's not going to prevent criminals from getting that. I understand people say, oh, well, if we take away the guns, then there's less guns for them to obtain. But again, this is crime. It's organized crime. So I want you to think about that question, because when we come back, there's been some information that came out about the shooter. Why do gun laws not prevent gun crime? And it's very interesting. This is no longer a theory. This is no longer something that I will, I can pose as a hypothetical. This is coming directly from the shooter himself, what he was looking for before carrying out this attack. And it's awful, but it has to be talked about, because this is putting people at risk. We're going to be right back. We'll talk about it. It's disturbing, but it has to be talked about. Don't go anywhere. We're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean and Dawn, hour one. We're halfway through it already. Buckle up. It's about to get real intense. We'll be back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50. CX50 Hybrid, CX70, or CX90. That's just 1.9% financing. Plus, available now, lease offers, and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit us at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Piazza Mazda of Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Listen up, football fan. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
$6:37. On the East Coast, that is. It's 5:37 here in the great state of Tennessee, the tax-free state, well, income tax-free of Tennessee. Boy, it does not get old saying that. Sean Farish and Dawn Stensland here with you as we take you up to 10 a.m., where Dawn will take over with the Dawn Show. But it's the Sean and Dawn Show for the next 4 hours. I'm sorry, folks. You stuck with me. You stuck, right? You stuck. And I planted the seed, tried to be a good little gardener, right? The gardener. Green thumb. Why do gun laws and gun-free zones, why don't they stop criminals from committing gun crimes? Matter of fact, a lot of those gun crimes, whether it's in major metropolitan cities like New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., who have some of the strictest gun laws in the country, see gun violence almost daily. Dawn mentioned that, was it one of your sons, Dawn, is studying criminology, criminal justice?
Penn State,
Michael? Michael Motorcycle, great guy, tremendous guy. Very smart guy, smart person. Well, here you go. The Crime Prevention and Research Center. This is a report from the Crime Prevention Research Center that was issued Wednesday, highlighted the Minneapolis trans shooters' desire to follow in the footsteps of other mass shooters. I don't like using their names, so I'm going to try and do the best that I can. Two other shooters who were two other school shooters. One who opened fire in a gun-free movie theater in Aurora during the Batman movie on July 20th, 2012, which killed 12 people and injured dozens of others. And the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooter, December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut, which killed 28 people, including himself, and injuring two others. The CPRC, that's the Crime Prevention and Research Center. By the way, this is an article up on Breitbart News, Breitbart.com, used its report to demonstrate that the trans attacker who allegedly shot and killed two children at Annunciation Catholic School, I don't think it's an alleged thing anymore, but I'm not sure if that's there just for legal reasons. I'm pretty sure we know what happened. And wounded many others, wanted gun-free victims like the ones, like those two shootings that we mentioned, Aurora and Newtown, Connecticut. They translated a portion of the Trans Shooters Manifesto, which was written in Russian, and it says the following. I recently heard a rumor that one of the shooters, the Aurora theater shooter, may have chosen venues that were, quote, gun-free zones. And by the way, I want to be very clear. This is from the trans shooter, the Minneapolis Shooters Manifesto. This is not my opinion. This is not the opinion of police officers or authorities. This is the shooter's own words from his own manifesto. Quote, I recently heard a rumor that the Aurora theater shooter may have chosen venues that were gun-free zones. I would probably aim the same way. He wanted to make sure his victims would be unarmed. That is why I and many others like schools so much. At least for me, I am focused on them. Newtown shooter is my reason. So straight from the horse's mouth. Straight from the horse's mouth. This deranged lunatic who was looking to kill people was looking for a soft target. Why didn't this lunatic try and do this at a military base that was heavily guarded and protected by people with firearms? Why? Because they're protected. He says it right here. That is why I, the shooter, and many others like schools so much. Because the victims would be unarmed. Back from this Breitbart article, on the same page of the manifesto on which he noted his focus on attacking the school, because they're typically gun-free, the trans shooter admitted that localities and the facilities with security are unattractive targets. Quote, I understand that high security places like prisons or airports are different. So for everybody on the left specifically who says, oh, we need more gun control. We need more gun control. We can't have so many people in the public with guns. The criminal disagrees with you. Matter of fact, this person is openly admitting that in places with high security, armed security, those targets become unattractive to would-be criminals, would-be gun criminals. What more needs to be said? Gun control, you see, what is the best deterrent? What is the best deterrent? What is the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun? A good guy with a gun. Right? In my opinion, it's not even in my opinion, in the shooter's opinion. A good guy with a gun is the best deterrent for bad guys with guns. The bad guys with guns want to go to places where there are no good guys with guns, like a school, like a gun-free zone. It's written in, it's not written in plain English. It's been translated into English from Russian. But if you take the guns out of the good people's hands, the only people who are going to be carrying firearms at that point are going to be the bad guys. He's looking for soft targets. These people are looking for soft targets, and that is why, and Dawn, I don't know how you feel about this, but that is why I'm a huge advocate, and it's a bigger and bigger every time, for armed security in our schools. And I'm not saying these guys have to be walking around, with huge rifles on display where it looks like a jail. But all you need to know is that there is somebody or a team of people patrolling that building who are carrying, where if something like that were to happen, they can neutralize the threat in seconds versus waiting for police to show up. Or if they detect a threat outside the building, they can neutralize it before anybody gets hurt. I know when I grew up on Long Island, there were veterans and former police officers who would do that work for free just to protect children and to get back into a mission. Dawn, I don't know how you feel about that as a mother. What do you think?
Well, I think that because there's an argument, a legal argument to go behind what you're saying, Sean Farish, and I've said this for a long time, that it seems like a no-brainer that if every child is mandated in the country you have to have an education. You have to either go to school, unless you're homeschooled, you have to get an education. And so your parents can get in trouble. Parents do get arrested if they keep their kids at home and they don't educate them and that sort of thing. So because it's a law in every state across the country, I feel like what could pay for it is out of the Pentagon budget. That big fat, Mr. President, you love to tap into that Pentagon budget. But I think that's where the money is, because then you tap into that, because it becomes national security. I will say this, and you mentioned the one in the movie theater in Aurora, those firearms had been bought legally by that psycho's mom, because she was so scared of her own kid and tried to get restraining orders and so on. So he went in, got her guns away from her, took her guns, killed her, and then, in yet another violent attack. In this one, I will say, this guy in Minneapolis, he bought these guns, 3 of them, legally. Right. And so my question is, if you know somebody there are red flags all over the place. And so how do then we as a society, particularly with a mental health crisis going on post-pandemic, a mental health crisis in particular of this age group of younger people who were, their schools were shut down and that sort of thing. So how do we then reach out to and make sure that people who are diagnosed with psychoses, with serious stuff, keep guns out of their hands? So he was able to buy 2 rifles. These were not hunting, because Minnesota is a hunt like Pennsylvania. These were not hunting rifles or that sort of thing. That's not what this was. So that might have been different if it's in the family or whatever, but this one was so avoidable. And that's what I see with it, that in all of these cases, if you look at these individuals, they should have been perhaps in a mental facility. This kid should have been in a mental facility, or or at the very least, he should not have been able to go and legally purchase a firearm.
Senate File 2909 in Minnesota, signed into law May 2023, went into effect January 1st, 2024, allowed courts to temporarily remove firearms via emergency or long-term orders from individuals deemed a danger to themselves or others. These are, you mentioned somebody who's not mentally well. The problem here, Dawn, is I think it's not with what you said. It's with how the left characterizes gender dysphoria.
Yep.
They don't consider it a mental illness, and that's the problem. They don't, because they can't on one hand say, you know, celebrating trans people and this and acceptance and that, and then go, but you're all mentally ill, right? So somebody goes to their doctor, gets prescribed a Xanax. I think we played this clip yesterday. Somebody goes to the doctor and gets prescribed a Xanax because they have anxiety, may not be able to buy a firearm in the state of Minnesota. Yeah. But this guy could legally, and that's the point. Yeah. That's the problem here. But even the purchasing of the firearm, why do we have tighter security at a bank than we do where your children go to school? Right? What's more important, your money or your kid? Right? I mean, I think the answer to everybody with a brain would be obviously your child. You could always make more money. You can never replace your kid's life.
Yeah.
You know?
In this one, he stood, and I just have to wonder this. I mean, this guy stood outside. So this one was so different because he went to the school, so he knows that where he can stand, and we saw in the drawings within his sicko manifesto. So he specifically stood in a place where he knew he could shoot through the windows and try to get the most impact on those kids.
But does that change if there is security, you know, let's say former military, former police at those points, keeping an eye out? Is there you know, maybe it comes down to just because he knows there's somebody walking the grounds, he doesn't even attempt it. And that's my point, right? The fact that there's nothing, the fact that there's no security at this place, just it attracted him. And he even admitted it attracted. He called places with security unattractive targets, which makes schools attractive targets. By making these schools a gun, and I'm not saying the students should be walking around toting guns in their holsters like it's the wild, wild west, you know, and having shootouts like it's Yosemite Sam in the saloon. That's not what we're saying. And you know, Tennessee has this, you know, teachers can carry now after going through tests and assessments and all of that. It's not like the teachers are wild, wild west, right? But the fact that we have the ability to do this, and we're choosing not to do it. And the parents, I've heard parents, I don't want my kids going to school, feel like a military base, feels like a prison. We're not saying you have to put barbed wire around the building. My wife went to school in Tallahassee. They had an armed guard at that school, a sheriff's deputy. Everyone knew he was carrying. He was best friends with all the students, right? They never had a gun problem. They never had a school shooting. It was one of those. Now, I went to school on Long Island. There was no issues with guns there either. People coming in and shooting it, and we didn't have an armed guard. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, look, we could do better, and we're just choosing not to. It's bad.
Yeah,
it's tragic. All right, we'll talk more about that in a minute, because I think armed guards at these schools could really make a difference going forward. And again, it's not somebody patrolling the grounds with a high-powered rifle on their shoulder, intimidating students. The idea is not to intimidate the student. The idea is to intimidate the possible criminal and to deter these things from happening and to actually secure the most important, you know, element of many people's lives if you're a parent. All right, we'll be back right here to finish up this conversation, wrap up the first hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's the Sean and Dawn Show. Don't go anywhere.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Allergies to cats don't come from their hair. It's a protein called FeLD1 in their saliva. Cleaning helps, but that alone isn't enough. Packaging's cat allergen reducing supplement neutralizes allergens at the source. Its whisker block proteins bind FeLD1 inside your cat's mouth before it ever makes you sneeze. Plus, it supports gut and immune health for lasting relief. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packaging to your cat's food daily. Packaging.com. PACAGEN.com.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to the Sean and Dawn Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, talking about the Minneapolis shooter, the disturbing information written in his manifesto. saying that gun-free zones are soft targets, attractive targets. We do have a caller. Frank in Burlington wants to chime in on this issue about gun laws, gun-free zones. What's going on, Frank?
Hey, Sean. Hey, Dawn. I love your show, and I love you guys. Sean,
Thank you.
couldn't be more right. Let's be honest. And it's so weird. Like, I feel like to understand the logic of, like, a Democrat or, like, the left, like, I got to take a ball-peen hammer to, like, my frontal lobe and hit it repeatedly. Because it's just like, because quite honestly, you think about it. Gun-free zones. The only people that will have guns in a gun-free zone are criminals that want to commit crime.
Bingo.
And even with the laws, yeah, the laws are fine. Oh, you can make it, but why is it the areas with the most stringent gun laws have the highest crime rates? Why? Because nobody has guns but the criminals, again. And even with this dude that ended up, like, shooting through the church, oh, well, if they do the background check, he would have never. No, he would have gotten it. If he felt like getting it, you get it on the black market. It's just like, it just makes no sense. And I really do believe, like you were saying before, prevention, having somebody there visibly, and enforcement. That's the only way. And the problem is we don't have prevention and we don't have enforcement of laws anymore. And we're not rebuilding the Eiffel Tower. It's really, really easy to solve. But it just seems like the left almost wants criminals to take over. Yeah, I don't know. It's just nuts to me.
Well, they're soft on crime. Thank you, Frank, for the call. You have a great Labor Day weekend. They're soft on crime. They're pro-crime in a way. I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, again, and this is not Sean Farish's or Dawn Stensland's opinion here. This is what the shooter said.
Yes.
In his own manifesto. I mean, again, I'll word for word translated from Russian, obviously, because he wrote a lot of this in Russian, in Cyrillic. But he says it again. I would talking about they were looking for gun-free zones. I would probably aim the same way. Localities and facilities with security are unattractive targets. Quote, I understand that high security places like prisons or airports are different than schools, different than gun-free zones. So my question again now, seeing that this is the way, okay, we now have documented, like, first-person testimony that this is the way the school shooter thinks. And he didn't come to this thought by himself. He came to this thought after reading the manifesto, the works, etc., of other school shooters, that this is how they think, okay? So now there's no excuse anymore, right? We know this is what's going through the mind of the potential school shooter. We know that they're looking for the soft target. We know that as the Minneapolis shooter says, high security places like prisons or airports are different. Why are we not making our schools high security places? Wouldn't that seem to serve as a very appropriate deterrent for would-be gun criminals, Dawn?
You would think.
And school shooters?
Absolutely. And you know what I thought of that while you were talking about school security? Drones. So we have a lot of technology that we could use. And I do think,
what a phenomenal point. I didn't even think of that. Sorry. Yeah, great point.
Well, I have boys with, video games. You know what I mean? They're so good at it. So you could probably incorporate some, and that's the other thing. To incorporate in our schools, we need to bring back some of the tech stuff, if you will, even in non-tech schools, such as junior high schools and high schools.
Yep. Listen to this.
Some Florida school districts are testing armed drones to protect against potential school shooters.
Would you look at the Florida?
Group
Wow.
Campus Guardian Angel says its drone system can respond within 5 seconds using non-lethal force like pepper rounds. The group says its drones can also relay intelligence and video to law enforcement. Now,
there you go.
Boom, there it is. And the other piece of it is, let's say you do have security forces, law enforcement, a lot of time, not always, but a lot of times, who is that person? It's a man, right? It's an alpha male. What do we need in our schools? What do we need overall? And who do young men look up to? Okay. Now my boys love me, as I say, but in all seriousness, when you have a young man who at any level, I was telling Dan how much, my sons, they look up to Dan Borowski. They look up to you, Sean Ferris. They do. And so that's when you think about now incorporating these things where you say you want to if you want to groom people, instead of indoctrinating people about their pronouns, why not talk to young people about security? In other words, have apprenticeships within literally your junior high schools, your high schools, kind of a police athletic league kind of a theme, but a hands-on situation with law enforcement, with security, with these drones, with technology. You could incorporate that into a great program where you're also inspiring men and giving young men and boys and girls too, but giving them role models. And they see them every day.
Yeah, well, that's what my wife said. You know, that we were talking about this when the shooting broke a couple of days ago. She was like, not only does this keep the school safer, but it also shows these students, that the police, that the authorities, that law enforcement are the good guys, that they are protecting you, that they are trying to save your life, that they are making your life and your community a safe place, that they're not the enemy. And maybe that's why the left doesn't want to do this. Maybe that's the whole thing, because there is a war on cops and the whole defund the police movement, and, people like Zoran Mamdani calling it the carceral enforcement of the state, et cetera, right? So, look, I see nothing but positives. And now that we have literally the words of this shooter saying the reason why these people pick schools is because they're low security, right? High security environments are unattractive targets. We have these words in front of us, so now it is incumbent upon us to make our schools high security environments. Why would we not do that? That to me seems like common sense. It's almost like it's going to rain. Dawn, I don't want to get wet. I'm going to take an umbrella today, right? I mean, there's a, it just, right? I mean, does it not black and white? And look, it seems to be common sense. Anyway, we'll get more into that, but we just crossed into the top of the hour, which means it is time for a 7:00 edition of Dawn Stensland's News. Take it away, Dawn.
Yes, and good morning. We are sponsored this morning by Kitchen Magic on this Friday morning. Many of you perhaps thinking about the Labor Day weekend. Today is expected to be the busiest day of travel this Labor Day weekend, with large volumes, big volume this weekend, and especially today and Monday as well. According to AAA and all of the experts, they tell us the number of travelers higher than last year, but the cost to fly slightly lower than last year, as well as the cost to drive. We heard Caroline Leavitt and President Trump say this week, but these lowest gas prices that we've seen in 5 years. And if you're lucky enough to live in a state, not Pennsylvania, where we tax the heck out of our gas, but a southern state, for example, it's, my goodness, it's over $1 cheaper a gallon in some states than it is here in Pennsylvania, but still the cheapest we've seen in some 5 years. So that's good news. And so we'll talk about as well public transit. SEPTA's airport line runs every half hour. And we talked earlier about the fact that rates will go up, and more cuts happening Tuesday after Labor Day weekend. And as well, right after that lawsuit was filed by George Pichetto here in Philadelphia, representing consumer advocacy groups and children, now we hear that they're working together to make sure that they have more buses to serve Philadelphia school children, those especially who have no school bus. SEPTA becomes their school bus. So we'll talk about that as well this morning. A lot of headlines. School District of Philadelphia safety officer who had survived being shot 11 times is now home after many weeks of rehab. And so this is the staff at locally a great hospital, Jefferson Moss McGee Rehab Hospital here in Center City, honoring Officer Craig Romanchuk with a clap out celebration. And you think about these school shootings that we just saw, with still about 8 kids still hospitalized. We've been giving the updates, the condition updates, and the long road to recovery. You also think about officers injured on the jobs. Officers, they'll say, well, he's going to make it, or that officer who was injured or shot on the job, that sort of thing. And then we never do the follow-up, and that's why these follow-ups are important, to remind people that when you are shot, this was a road rage situation, but he was Officer Romanchuk. He's 68 years young, finishing up a shift nearby 1:45 in the morning. This was June 30th, and he was flagged down by a person who was reportedly was involved in a road rage incident on I-95. And so he was returning the patrol garage, returning to there, completing after an overtime, after an OT shift when this happened. And so in this case, that's when he stopped to help. He ends up being gunned down in between this road rage situation, horrible situation where police say he suffered gunshot wounds to his face, to his arm. He still has to go through rehab, but at least now he's out of the woods, if you will. He can head home. He still has to go to, probably a year or so with his arm and everything to get everything working, if you will. But at least in this one, he's out of the hospital. Police arrested the suspect in the case. But just, I wanted to follow up. You think about that happened in June. So that's Officer Ramanchik's summer. We talk about this as we head into fall. Think about what he has been through. And his son, Eric, by the way, is also a Philadelphia police sergeant. So a real police family serving us. And we're praying for you. And we have a great group here. So we just wanted to honor him and think about him. Sean Farish, I want to point this out. Sean Farish had talked about this manifesto and who this coward in Minneapolis, who was obviously a deranged individual, a lot of red flags. We'll get into it. But just to point out some of the other situations that aren't being reported in detail, and I know we'll get into it, the level of anti-Semitic language is disturbing in here. Yep. And so not only hated children, not only hated, obviously his fellow Catholics, but also the language. We can't even say some of the language, hated President Trump, but we cannot say even the language that he was using in his just vile, ugly, hateful wording, saying such as Holocaust victims, 6 million wasn't enough. I mean, I'm saying that because that's probably the only thing I can say pretty much. It's just really ugly, hateful language. The fact that he was...
It's disgusting.
Right?
Absolutely disgusting. And you know what the problem is? It's that type of language has proliferated since October 7th, 2023, and there's not enough people talking about it. And it's not one of these, I'm not going to sit there and, start yelling about anti-Semitism, even though it is anti-Semitism. It's filth. And these people are acting as if, the antagonizers on October 7th, Hamas, are the good guys, a lot of them. And that it's essentially stochastic terrorism, right? It's taking the side of these radical Islamo-Marxists who, make no mistake, I mean, the guy praised one of the 9/11 hijackers, the shooter, Minneapolis, praised Muhammad Atta, and wrote Manshallah on his gun, meaning God has willed it, right? In Arabic, right? So this is terrorism. You could make the case that this may have been inspired by ISIS. I mean, you could make the case. Mm-hmm. That's become a mainstream, almost acceptable thought among many right now, specifically on the internet. A lot of it on X, unfortunately. This is not new. It's been going around since 2023, when Letters to America from Osama bin Laden was circulating on TikTok, right? So that's got to be addressed too.
Yeah, well said. So we'll get into more of Westman, what we know about the case, where the investigation is, and then updating some of the brighter news. As we did learn, we talked earlier about the two kids who were, there was nothing that those first responders could do to bring them back or revive them. They were dead on scene once the first responders arrived, but a total of 20, people injured. Those 3 senior citizens still in the hospital, 6 kids we've learned they've been released from the hospital. So a lot of hope this morning. Yeah, as the community just comes together, and I do love that they have been coming together in prayer, and as well they have been thanking those first responders and embracing their police. And this is Minneapolis,
right?
So remember,
right? This is Ground Zero 2020. George Floyd. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So we have that going on. A lot to talk about. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic, family owned since 1979. Kitchen Magic sponsoring our news this morning, your trusted source for expert kitchen and bath remodeling. And they're tariff proof because, of course, among other things, they make all their cabinets right here in the USA, in Pennsylvania, in fact. So save up to 30%. August is winding down. You got to do this today. Let's do this today before Monday hits because you save 30% this August. KitchenMagic.com. Thank you for sponsoring us. And as well, we have D&K Appliances sponsoring our weather, a stunning forecast as we head into the Labor Day weekend. I know it's chilly right now. We're still in the 60s, but we're looking at 80 degrees. And this stretch pretty much heads for the next, I would say, heads out for 7 days. Today, there's a slight chance that we might see some showers move through, just a slight chance. We do need the rain. Other than that, clear, crisp, beautiful days with 80-degree stretches for us. D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands, Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff, they're local experts, guiding you right through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances, Newtown Square. Closer to me is Flowertown, DNKappliances.com. I always drive by because it's right by my house, and I'm like, oh, Lair Bear, can we go in there?
I mention them every day.
I know.
Let's go.
My poor husband. He's always like, not another sponsor.
I feel like that's a wink, that's a nudge. I don't know if you know much about Lair, but there's a lot of conversation on the Dawn Show about Dawn doing a lot of the, she's fixing the garage, she's going to Home Depot. I feel like that's like a elbowing of, Larry,
yeah.
maybe you should be fixing these appliances. Or...
Yeah, there it is. You fix them or get new ones. That's the way it's going to have to be. Oh, that's great. Look, I see we have a caller, Mike in Flemington. We'll get to him next segment. About this whole manifesto and gun-free zones and tragedies and how to secure the schools. We also have a report about Governor Tim Walz, and wouldn't you know it, potentially a decision that could have saved lives yesterday. Of course, hindsight is 20/20. Although I can say that I've been talking about the securing schools with armed guards for a little bit, right? Wasn't the first person to start talking about it. I too was one who used to think, is that necessary? Is that what we need to do with these schools? I now firmly believe yes, especially after reading the words of the shooter himself, mentioning that high security places are not attractive targets. In my opinion, all you got to do is look at that line and say, well, if high security places are not attractive targets for potential people who want to kill children, then it's time to make where children go high security places. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that. We have a report about Tim Walz and potentially denying funding for school security. They want to fund everything in the world. They want to fund Ukraine. They want to fund all sorts of DEI initiatives. But when it comes to keeping your children safe, that's where they draw the line. Just disgusting. And that guy thinks he's running for president. Same with Greasy Gavin. Greasy Gavin making, waging war against prayer, as many people on the left did. I guess the talking points went out and said, hey, guys, why don't you attack people for praying? Not a good look. Not a good look. So we will get to all of that. We've got the cut sheet coming up in about a half hour. We're going to have a good time this morning as we wind down the week going into Labor Day weekend. The Sean and Dawn Show continues on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kayal Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we're back. The Sean and Dawn Show. Woohoo! 1210 WPHT. 720 over there for you Eastern time zoners. Right here in the Central time zone. I call it the greatest time zone. 6:20 in the morning for us. For those of you watching on YouTube, maybe in the past. Who knows? There it is. We're rocking. We're rolling. Sean and Dawn taking you into Labor Day weekend. The last Friday in the month of August, summer coming to a close. This makes me very happy. I saw Sam Oktoberfest in the supermarkets the other day. I know Dawn's like, no. I want to continue sweating for the rest of my life. I want mosquitoes bigger than the ones that they used to bring back the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. You know what we saw here in Tennessee the other day?
What?
This massive, it was a massive fly. And I was like, it was like the size of my thumb. Remember murder hornets? It was like one of those things.
What happened to those things?
But it wasn't a murder hornet. And so my wife and I were looking at it. She took a picture and she searched it on as Mayor Adams of New York City. Google. We Googled that. And it came back. It was called the dark giant horsefly. I said, where do I live? Tennessee or Australia? Okay. No, it was, but it was a male because it didn't try to bite us.
Okay, I looked up an image. I don't think it's that big. I think it was just a weird angle. But so
No,
how big are you? How big are you
size of my
talking
thumb.
though? Really?
Just wear DEET or the eucalyptus.
Trust me.
Yeah.
I almost took I had a DEET canister in my hand. If it came back, it was getting sprayed.
No, you spray yourself so it won't come around you.
Well, I didn't want to spray myself. Then you got to go in. Then you got to shower. You know what I mean? It was just.
I'm getting it up there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're streaming live. Please go like, subscribe, click that bell for notifications, and click the like button. We want to get likes. But we'll have that image up there in 1 second there, Sean.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? My wife's in the chat right now. She stabs people who, who don't hit the like button. She'll just,
gonna get you.
The knife will plunge. All right, we're gonna get that update of the dark giant horsefly. That is, it was one of the scariest things that I've ever seen.
Does it bite?
Huge.
Did you get bit?
It can if it's a female. The females bite.
Oy.
The females, but the males don't bite. But the females bite.
We have
just
the
like
greenheads
mosquitoes.
down the shore that are horrible.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah, those things.
Horrible, right?
Those things
Brigantine?
feel like you're getting.
Yeah.
Those things are terrible.
Yeah, here you
those
go.
things, they'll leave a wealth. Look at the size of that thing. Ours was bigger.
That's huge. Look at that.
Yeah.
But that's
It's
why
enormous.
I was
Looks
looking
like
at
a
the finger,
bird.
it's-
Yeah.
Literally looks like
And
a
you
bird.
see those things sticking down from its eyes there? Those are the mandibles.
Ooh.
They're scissors. They slice open your skin and then all right.
Look at
all
that
right.
thing.
Yeah. Good for breakfast.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to get even
Yeah.
closer? Yeah.
That's a meal right there. You chop off a leg and have it for dinner. That thing. So I was
Fried
like,
fly.
dark giant horsefly? Great. I'm going inside. That's a weapon of mass destruction. That thing needs to be destroyed. All right, we have Mike in Flemington. I mentioned we were going to go to him on the line here. Wants to talk about that shooting and these gun-free zones, gun laws. What's up, Mike?
Hey, first, I don't know if I like being home because I could watch you guys and follow you live on YouTube or because I finally have some time off. But I can't agree with you guys more about the gun-free zones and the demonization of police. And I really try to convince myself that progressives in the media don't do it on purpose. But when I look at the fact that 269 people died in Chicago in the last 233 days, and many of them children, which is an active shooter event all the time. And when they talk about crime dropping, they mention crime is going down, but it's not going down in these low-income areas. It's actually going up in those areas. It's going down in the progressive, rich areas. And so it's hard for me to say that they're not doing it on purpose, because when it's a school, they make it about the 2A. When it's the city, they have to make it about their failed policies, and they don't do that. And it's not only the demonization of the police, it's the demonization of the law enforcement career, which, to the point that you made before, people used to look up to the police, you know?
Yep.
They did their job. And now you demonize the law enforcement profession, and kids don't look at that anymore, and you're taking one avenue away from these kids, so pushing many towards drugs and gangs. And I just wanted to make that point. So because it really does bother me that we just, thankfully the mayor of D.C. came out and thanked the president because of the drop in crime. 83% drop in carjackings. I know parents who are afraid when their kids get a license because of the fact of the carjacking.
Yes.
Could you imagine being a single mom not wanting your child to get a license because you fear
Unbelievable.
carjacking?
Yeah.
And they ignore this. And so I just wanted to say thanks for highlighting this today, all right?
All right. Thank you, Mike, for the call. You can hear the passion, too, in Mike's voice. Have a great Labor Day weekend.
Just to give you
I couldn't agree more.
A statistic on, we talk about the stats. We hear our district attorney, Larry Krasner, saying how much, homicides have gone down. And speaking of the stats, but, more than 1,000 people were shot in the city of Philadelphia last year. And every year, a disproportionate number we see rising children and young people. And, to Mike's point, we're talking about this. It is a horrific situation, the school shooting in Minneapolis. But pretty much every morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm talking about how many children were shot in the city of Philadelphia. And it's actually a good day if we don't see a child or teen shot in Philadelphia or around the nation. Think about that. That's crazy. And
that's
how much, and Sean, how much does the media, to Mike's point, focus on that? Call this, 1,000 people shot in the city of Philadelphia. That's not acceptable ever. And that's just in 1 year. We just talked about an officer who recovered a shooting. I mean, think about the trauma and the impact on your job, your family, like everything. And then think about all these kids. And this is preventable. And President Trump, I mean, literally with a stroke of a pen, President Trump proved how preventable it is. I mean, it's almost like he snaps his fingers, signs something, and they don't have, the shootings like go to nothing. They don't have a murder, a killing in 12, 13 days. It's amazing. And he just said, this is not acceptable. Boom, it's done. And and that's why I think their mayor went, oh, crud. He was right.
Yeah, right. Well, to your point, and I remember two weeks ago, we were doing the cut sheet. I jumped in with you and with Nick and with Greg, and I kept saying, this is gold what Trump's doing in D.C. Gold, gold, gold. Because just like the border, he's going to put on display for everybody how to make these cities safer. Is it ever going to be perfect? No. Could it be better? Duh, right? And so again, to highlight the theme of the morning on how we're kind of doing this is not Dawn Stensland or Sean Farish's opinion. This is the mayor of Washington, D.C. coming out and saying, just like the hat that Trump was wearing the other day, people hyperventilating. Trump was right. Turns out having more law enforcement officers, having more federal officers on the streets reduces crime. Let's play cut 20 there, Dan.
This is what we think in just a couple of weeks of experience has worked. Having more federal law enforcement officers on the street. We think having more stops that got to illegal guns has helped. We think that there's more accountability in the system, or at least perceived accountability in the system, that is driving down illegal behavior. We know that we have had fewer gun crimes, fewer homicides, and we have experienced an extreme reduction in carjackings.
She must be a racist, Dawn, because everybody else who, everybody else who says these things are obviously, a reincarnation of the Klan and white supremacy, right? That must be the case.
Yeah. But how about the fact she said this, you know what, Sean, she said this initially, like the second day when this took effect, and she said something to this effect. It didn't get a lot of play. And now she just says this. And if you notice the talking points this morning, because the talking points the entire time, fascism, dictator, he's taking over the cities, he's coming to Chicago. So DC's mayor comes out, and I loved her wording where she says, enhance. It's basically like the Macy's Estee Lauder Lancome free gift. Who doesn't like a free gift? You're getting something free. Right. And by the way, it lowers your price from a woman's standpoint, but you know what I mean? Like, you're getting something free. So she says this, and now you see the pivot this morning. They're all going, oh, CDC, RFK Jr. It's just like nobody's talking about the fascism anymore. I guess it's
that's right.
that didn't work.
The fascism passed. It subsided like the flu. Fascism, it's out of season.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, there's a lot
more
more
at some point. I don't mean to go. You had a fantastic impression. I don't want to blow smoke up, but Trump talking about oxygen recently and thanking oxygen. Could we maybe play that back at some point during today's show there, Sean?
Oh, you want to do it? You want to endorse air again? We can do it.
Did you play it on this show already? I'm sorry if you
said
did.
It. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if we played it. I have a video of it. We did it. We endorsed, we love to breathe. Breathing is great. You have Phil Almquist, the great guy. He understands the band Bush. Breathe in, breathe out. Gavin. That's not greasy, Gavin, but, you look at it. We love to breathe. Breathing is a tremendous thing, right? We love beautiful, clean air. Listen, when we come back, we will have the cut sheet. We'll be doing that for a little while this morning. Lots of good stuff to get to. Lots of conversation about Tampon Tim, Governor Tim Walz. Is there something that he did that could have made this shooting less likely to occur? Maybe. We'll get to that and more when we come back. It's the Sean and Dawn Show, taking you into Labor Day weekend on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Keep it locked right here. We'll be right back.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Yo, Philly, back to school just got a whole lot cooler. Switch to a Fios 1 gig internet plan and get the Bose Quiet Comfort headphones on us. Whether you're streaming, studying, or just relaxing with your favorite tunes, Verizon has you covered. So head to your local Verizon store now for more information. Offer valid in select areas through 9/23/25 for new home internet customers who install and keep eligible Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 65 days. Redemption terms apply. One offer per eligible Verizon account while supplies last.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, 7:36 in the once great, not so great, but still great city of Philadelphia. I'm in the absolutely phenomenal state of Tennessee. It's the Sean and Dawn Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, taking you in to Labor Day weekend, the end of summer. Yeah. Dawn is dreading it. The heat's going to go away. It's time for the winter. I'm happy. I love the fall. We've got pumpkins all over the house. My wife has started the fall decorating. She started it a little early because she was excited about, we're finally in a house. Every fall for the last couple of years, we were always thinking about, is it time to move again soon, right? Because, our moving cycle started in January. We moved to Tennessee in January of 23. Then we moved to Spring Hill in January of 24. Then we got into our house in Murfreesboro in February of 25. And we're like, we don't have to move this year. Nice. So she just busted out the fall stuff early, was like, we don't have to move. It's a fall party. Let's go. Right? I said, hey, you know what? This is fine. Let's do it. Right? Because it's great. So there's pumpkins everywhere and there's orange stuff. And it's very nice. It's really great. Aww. It's really great. So fall's in the air, much to the chagrin of one Dawn Stensland. But it's okay. It's going to be a good season. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Listen, we have, I want to touch on this before we go to the cut sheet, just because we were talking about arming the schools and securing the schools, and we had the words of the transgender shooter talking about how airports and prisons and places with high security were unattractive targets. So why would we make schools an attractive target for potential, killers and mass murderers and mass shooters? Tim Walz, this is a report. Breitbart again, Tim Walz denied Catholic schools' request for small security budgets despite having a $17 billion surplus. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz reportedly denied the request of several Catholic schools for a small security budget despite having a surplus of $17 billion and giving similar grants to public schools. The Minnesota Catholic Conference, the public voice for the state's 6 dioceses, asked Walz twice in 2 years for a small security grant to protect against school shootings, according to a report by National Catholic Register. Quote, there are approximately 72,000 students enrolled in independent, Catholic, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim non-public schools in our state. The 2023 letter from the Minnesota Catholic Conference to Walz read, the latest school shooting at a non-public Christian school in Tennessee sadly confirms what we already know. Our schools are under attack. The letter continued, referring to the March 2023 mass shooting at Covenant School in Nashville, carried out by a 28-year-old shooter, transgender as well. The Minnesota Catholic Conference, however, was denied, but similar security grants are reportedly handed out to public schools. In 2023, while asking for assistance, the Minnesota Catholic Conference went on to ask to be included in Walz's budget recommendation of $50 million to establish the building and cybersecurity grant program, noting, quote, the exclusion of one sector of schools. As you know, non-public schools serve many students and families in need of services and resources. It's a discriminatory act against our students. So Tim Walz denying non-public schools a security budget, and obviously, we hear from the shooter himself that the lack of security makes those types of targets attractive. Dawn, what do you think about something like that? Hearing that Walz maybe could have played a role in preventing or at least enhancing security.
I think he absolutely could have made a difference. And the fact, see, this is why this right here, bias by omission. Imagine if he were a Republican. Imagine if this were, Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida or Sarah Huckabee, for example. Imagine if this were a Republican governor and this tragedy happened in their state and they had denied. And so this letter, it was first reported in the Daily Wire, and Breitbart has the letter. But, I think maybe Fox News profiled it. That's about it. I don't see it as a main headline. But the fact that this was an urgent letter, and by the way, it followed the mass shooting that happened where in the city where you now live, where you and your wife have now moved and made home in Nashville, Covenant Christian School in Nashville. That was one of the things that sparked this school district in Minneapolis, as well as other situations, to write this as an urgent plea and a critical need, they said, to please, we don't have these funds. And then on top of it, think about this. All those parents in Minneapolis, here in Philadelphia, the same. I still pay, my husband and I, we pay the taxes, even though we sent our kids to private Catholic schools. We still pay the tax. We're still paying for the bus service and the public school. So you think about what a burden you lift off of a public school district. It could be argued school choice, Right. So this makes another argument for school choice type arguments. But what they were saying was, we have a critical need here. This is about safety and wanting this grant. The fact that he denied that is despicable.
Yep. I agree. And obviously it hindsight's 2020, but we've been saying this for a while. And you mentioned, what if he was a Republican? And I want to just, think back about a month ago, those tragic floods in Texas. And all you heard about was Donald Trump and spending cuts at NOAA and all of this. We could have warned, we could have had this every time there's something wrong with the airlines. It's like, well, Trump is cutting air traffic control. Well, here's Tim Walz actually denying school security, and now a school shooting occurs, and you have the shooter admitting that they choose schools because they're not secure, and nothing. And you have nothing. You have ABC News. As a matter of fact, there was a clip yesterday that just drove me off a wall. I went nuts because this ABC News reporter was like, "Oh yeah, the name of Donald Trump appeared on the gun." What? Yes, it did, but it said kill Donald Trump. Yeah. They're trying to frame this guy as if he was, you talk about bias by omission, and there it is. But you're right to bring up, if this was a Republican governor, right? If this was the governor of Florida, right? Ron DeSantis, and something happened there, and they found out that he did a Doge type operation and there were spending cuts, they would be all over it. But because it was Tim Walz and a Democrat, no, I think Dan's got that clip from ABC News.
23-year-old Robin Westman was able to leave what police called a video manifesto that they're now going through to try and establish motive. We've also been going through it and can tell you there are crude diagrams of the church. There are also photos of the weapons, and they include all sorts of writings, the names of past mass shooters, criticism of Israel, the name of President Trump written on the guns. There are also racial slurs, nihilistic statements.
The name of President Trump. You hear that?
Yeah, as if, and they're and I'm not willing anymore to say, oh, well, they didn't mean anything by it. I remember Mike called in and said, we tried to be fair and think things like that. I don't anymore. That was on purpose. It's victim shaming.
Right.
This was this was a situation where somebody, if he could, would take a pot shot at the president of the United States. And so to say it like that, they never would have worded that if Obama were still president, for example. It's
not a chance.
No.
Not a chance. No, not a chance, right? And you think about the way in the order in which he said it too. Oh, the names of past school shooters. Obviously, he committed these attacks in the name of those past school shooters.
Good point.
Name of President Donald Trump. So you're making it sound like this guy was inspired by past school shooters and Donald Trump to commit this crime. And by the way, yes, technically, is he wrong to say the name of Donald Trump appeared on the gun? No. But there was one additional word before the name of Donald Trump that was on the gun, and it was kill.
Yeah.
It wasn't, kiss. It wasn't love. It wasn't support. It wasn't go Donald Trump, vote Donald Trump. It was kill Donald Trump, right? And the fact that that's the one word he chose to leave out shows you what he was going for. It shows you what he was going for. If it said kill Barack Obama, that would have been, oh my gosh, this is a racist, a white supremacist, doesn't like black people, didn't like the nation's only black president. It would have been a whole thing. The name of Donald Trump, yes, it did appear on the gun.
President Trump written on the guns.
You made a great point, though. It's context matters. And so if he had said intended victims were children and President Trump, because maybe you don't want to say the words kill and then, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that.
Fine.
In news.
Fair.
So just say intended victims written on the, on the clips, intended victims being children, even President Trump. anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic. And Kash Patel, by the way, bolsters this by saying it's a barbaric attack. They're looking at this as considering it as an act of terror, but also a hate crime against Catholics, and noting so that's and also against Jews. So Catholics and Jews and President Trump and children, those are the intended victims.
Yeah, I saw Cash's statement, and I couldn't have said it better. And this is what we expected of him as the director of the FBI, right? This is, again, you mentioned the context. So you have the past school shooters, you have the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel ideology. Oh, and by the way, Donald Trump. It's like he did not espouse Trump's ideology, and it just that clip to me. When I heard that, I was like, "Oh, you did not just try and do this," and he absolutely did. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, ABC News, because they could have and should have framed that much differently. But if there is somebody who is unfamiliar with this case and you only heard about it through that clip, you would think that this shooter espoused the ideology of Donald Trump and was driven to violence at a school, and that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. So that's just my, I guess, not 2 cents, but 10 cents on the issue. Really got me upset. Really got me upset. It's that time of the morning, Dawn. You know what time it is? It's time for the cut sheet. Let's do it.
On the cut sheet.
It's our final What's on the Cut sheet before Labor Day weekend as we head into the fall. Very excited about it. And I want to start off. We're talking school shooting. We're talking a crime and violent crime, heinous crime. But I want to go to a different form of crime, something that, as Dawn mentioned earlier this morning, Donald Trump made it look easy. Reducing crime in a major metropolitan city like Washington, D.C. He also made it easy on the border. It just showed you that, all you needed to do was try and actually want to make a difference. So this is cut 4. ICE arresting a previously deported sex offender in San Diego. Let's roll cut 4.
Around sunup, ICE agents arrived at Little Hands Academy Family Child Care. It is also the home of Ezekiel Cruz Rodriguez. His partner is the daycare owner, Dulcie Villagomez. Someone came to the locked closed front door when we arrived, but did not respond to us. Hello, Mrs. Villagomez? Neighbors say they woke up to the sound of federal agents in tactical gear.
She thought that ICE came for him because he didn't have papers, and then she said she feels bad because she thought it was like his family. She felt bad for his family.
This guy, is that what he looked like? Johnny James says they were here and left with Rodriguez in about 10 minutes.
This morning I came out, I seen a SWAT team.
According to federal court records obtained by NBC7, Rodriguez was first deported in August of 1996. At the time, he was a registered sex offender with the state of California and a member of the San Diego gang Logan Clica. Court records indicate 3 months before being deported, he was convicted of a lewd, lascivious act with a child under 14 years of age. He was sentenced to 6 months in jail and 3 years probation. On X, the ICE San Diego field director articulated a laundry list of criminal offenses.
This individual is an unregistered, convicted child sex offender with prior convictions that include possession of a firearm, DUI, domestic violence, brandishing a firearm, battery, assault, robbery, and illegal reentry after removal.
So this guy was at a daycare.
My God.
Former sex offender, or I don't know, former, current, who knows, but sex offender, child sex offender at a daycare. And again, I have to point to this, and maybe I'm just being too critical of the media, although I don't think there is a such thing these days. You have NBC News, again, painting ICE as the bad guys with that kid saying, oh, the ICE thought she was afraid. She was afraid. They were there to take a sex offender away from a daycare. And these are people, they're just here for a better life. I don't want that guy here for a better life, especially in a daycare. He's got to go home. Or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead, Dawn.
Well, think about this, that California knew the guy right? If he's on a Megan's Law list, if he's on the sex offender list, and you heard the long list of this is a violent guy. Okay, this is not where he groomed somebody and groomed them along and was gentle with them,
Right.
which is a whole nother level of psycho sickness. But this person by force did something to a minor child. And so he's violent and a pedophile. And California didn't deport him. They said, well, we'll put you on a list. Just take that in for a moment. They had him on the sex offenders list once he served the time. No, once you serve the time, you're out of here.
Right.
It's
you
sickening.
got to go. The fact that they found this guy at a daycare. What do you think he was doing at that daycare, Dawn? You think he was just warming milk and being nice to these kids? I mean, I as much as I don't like Lindsey Graham, during the Kavanaugh hearings, when they were accusing Brett Kavanaugh of being this serial rapist, Lindsey Graham said something pretty, I would say it's true. He back with this when Bill Cosby was under a lot of fire for his behavior. He said, if you're usually when you're Bill Cosby in high school, you don't just stop, right? Mm-hmm. This guy has a past, and I understand this was back in 1996 or whatever it might be, but chances are, if you're doing that back then, you're probably doing something along those lines now. And I say probably because I don't know, but I'm judging it based off of, his past behavior. And he's at a daycare. I don't think he was at the daycare because he wants to take care of children when mom and dad are away. I have a feeling there are some other motives there, and that's just my opinion, and I don't know for sure, but based on what this guy has been convicted of doing in the past, lascivious act against a 14-year-old,
child under
I would
14.
say that under 14, yeah, it's important, under 14, I would say that the chances are high that potentially some of that conduct was happening again. That's not welcome in my country, and it would not be welcome in my community. And if I was a parent and that dude was around my kids, he may not have had the mercy of being deported. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say.
With a shovel, not even, don't waste your gun on him. I would say this, that the recidivism rates on pedophiles like this guy is more than 86%. So to your point, talking about a pattern. So, look, we have a system that believes in redemption and your opportunity to, go to prison, get some education, get some therapy, what have you. But with sicko pedophiles who prey on young children, and this guy very violent as well, that recidivism rate, and it's consistent. It's over decades of time. You could look up all those numbers. I'm telling you.
Would you say it was 80-something percent?
It's 86%. For those,
meaning, so these people will be repeat offenders.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. I know. So
guys, there's only a 14% chance that I'm wrong in this case.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay. I know guys who I know guys at the federal level who have, this is just the federal level, who have this one guy's a dad and locally, and he, in particular, there's somebody who served like 20 years, and he loses sleep over it and just watches over that guy. Because of these kinds of statistics with specifically pedophiles, a certain pattern of them. And that's why some of them, if you notice, they don't want to get out of prison. They'll even say, I just want to stay in.
Right. Yeah. Because the odds are stacked against them. I want to go to, because we're talking about ICE. I want to go to cut 21. This is Representative John Larson, using the same inflammatory rhetoric about ICE. Let's go to cut 21.
This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourselves.
This is the SS. John Larson, where is he a representative from? I think that was, it looked like was that a New Hampshire station? WTNH was that I saw in the corner there? Let's see where he's from. Representing the 1st District of Connecticut. Okay.
There. Yeah, New Haven is the NH in WTNH. New Haven, Connecticut.
Gotcha. Connecticut. Okay, well, it's close enough. Did you know that Connecticut, out of Connecticut, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont, approximately 30 to 40% of the vote share go to Republicans, not one Republican representative, while the left wanted to scream about gerrymandering. That's interesting, right? And there's that guy comparing ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the guys that removed that pedophile from a daycare who was in our country illegally. That's what the SS and the Gestapo did in Germany, apparently. That just, it's going to get somebody hurt, Dawn, I think. These ICE agents are going to get hurt because of this rhetoric.
Well, and their families. And that's what, Tom Homan is so great when he holds these news conferences because he has all the stats. And he gives the stats of this, through the roof level of violence and threats against law enforcement, especially at ICE. And then the fact that not just the officers, but their families. And so essentially there's people they get the face of somebody, then they get their name, they try to get their badge or whatever they have to get their name. They look up on social media, there are all these sites, and then they actually know that ICE officer is at work, right? And they they threaten the wife and kids. And so that's why and I think a lot of these guys, truthfully, and gals, but mostly men, I think they're more worried about their families than they are themselves because they're there.
Probably.
They can defend themselves. I think they're more worried. The reason they cover up the any kind of name or anything is because this is a thing across the country where the wife and the kids are being swatted, they're terrified, they're being stalked, which that should be a separate crime if you go after a law enforcement officer or that officer's family. I know we've had proposed legislation about judges because of remember the Jersey judge and her son was murdered.
Supreme Court justices too.
Yes. We never hear about that one, do we? But when you go after their family, how can they do their job effectively? When you know that those are long, sometimes 12-hour shifts and they're being deployed, what have you, they need to protect their families. It should be a federal crime. Mandatory
you're 100%
sentences.
right. I would support that. 100%. You mentioned Tom Homan. I call him the Hominator. I love this guy.
Me too.
There's been this big debate about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Maryland man, right? Just a Maryland man. Yeah. It's we call him. We call him Kill Margaritaville, right? That's Senator Chris Van Hollen's drinking buddy. Yeah. Tom Homan had some remarks about Kilmar Abrego Garcia as the debate is heated up around that guy, another one who shouldn't be in our country. Let's go to cut 19.
Look, Bill, the building behind me sits the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. He promised to make this country safe again. Kilmar Abrego will be deported. Him and his attorneys are putting off the inevitable. But if the judge rules on the statute, if the judge rules on the law, he's going to go home because now he wants to claim asylum, which means he's escaping fear and persecution from your home government because of race, religion, and political affiliation. He's not going to his home government, right? We know that. So he's going to have to prove that he has some sort of political asylum in like Uganda or Costa Rica or any other country, which he simply can't. He has no case. And plus, it's beyond a year where he can claim asylum anyways. So if the court rules on the basis of federal law, he's going home. And I got my teeth into this. I'm not letting go. He is going to be deported. He's a danger to the community. He's a terrible person. He doesn't deserve to walk the streets of this great nation. He's a gang member, terrorist, wife beater, pedophile, human trafficker, alien smuggler. He needs to go home.
Wow. I see that. Whoa. Yeah. This is why we call him the Hominator.
Yeah.
That's a real border czar. And I would like to say this. Today is August 29th, 2025, otherwise known as a great day to send Kilmar Abrego Garcia to Uganda. Kilmar, Uganda, go. What do you say, Dawn?
No, I agree. And I can't believe that Democrats, I know, he's like so good. I can't believe that Democrats, this is what they're defending. Think about everything that you could fight for. When you say, well, what do you believe in? What are you fighting for? Fighting for, I don't know, fight for the children, fight for their safety, fight for education, fight for, you know what I mean? Of all the things, this guy, that's who they want to stand behind. It just, that's just it. Keep on doing that, folks. Keep on doing it because you just guarantee Republicans sweep. Because
that's right.
An average person, first of all, how much money are we spending on this? And we haven't even gotten into, the fact that they're shutting down so-called alligator Alcatraz because of that judge's ruling. I know Tom Homan was ripping on that. But, the fact that these liberal individuals are are saying, no, we're going to shut down prisons where you're containing violent criminals and pedophiles. And by the way, the specific criminals where they go after women and girls and do heinous things to them, because that's part of like some of this gang culture that's from other countries around the world. So really, this is who you want to defend, and you want to spend our tax dollars on it? No, not a popular thing.
Not going to appeal to the American people.
Nope.
Not going to appeal to the American people. All right, we'll get back to more of the cut sheet, but 8:01. We are now halfway through this month. This has flown by. We are halfway through 8:01. It is time for Dawn's News.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Let's talk about Alligator Alcatraz in our Big 3. We are sponsored right now by D&K Appliances on this Friday morning, August 29th. So yes, the headline is, and this is making, I'm looking at overseas, this is making international headlines. Trump's Alligator Alcatraz being emptied of immigrant detainees. So the number of people at Alligator Alcatraz Detention Center, which, they built it pretty quickly in Florida, but the number dropped in half following that judge's order to shut down the facility. And this is according to border czar Tom Homan, who, as you can imagine, is not happy about it. The facility, located deep in the swampy Florida Everglades, opened in July and supporting the administration's, obviously, the deportation drive, which President Trump has said he felt was a mandate by the people, and it was bipartisan, people supporting this in America. So in this one, multiple legal challenges happened, and a federal judge issuing that preliminary injunction stopping the expansion of the facility. So ordering its operations wind down with all detainees to be relocated within 60 days. Here it is.
Well, first of all, Alligator Alcatraz, I got a lot of questions about that, so I actually made a trip down there. I spent the entire day down there. So I don't think this judge went down there and toured the facility, because I think the decision's bad. I mean, I walked through the detention part where the aliens are housed. Clean, well kept. And I went to the medical facility and talked to the medical staff and seen the great medical program they had there. It had no serious medical issues, but if there was, they actually had a helicopter there to take them to the nearest trauma center. But they had a great medical facility there that I went through and talked to the physicians and the nurses. I went to the cafeteria and looked at the food they were feeding these people. And as far as environmental concerns, I mean, I was briefed that all the waste, all the non-potable water, all of that is taken off the facility every day. And as far as the facility itself, it's sitting on existing concrete that was already there in the airport. So I don't understand the judge's ruling. I think it's a radical decision. I think it's really about anti-immigration enforcement rather than the conditions of the facility. I was there.
And so, as you know, President Trump's sprawling, big, beautiful bill signed into law July 4th, providing $45 billion for expanded detention centers. And this was supposed to get the expansion. Now they're emptying it out according to the judge's ruling. And so the bill also allocating an extra $170 billion toward immigration enforcement, border security, including $7 billion in funding for those ICE law enforcement officers to carry out proper enforcement and deportation operations across the United States of America. Closer to home, I want to bring you to this story. I couldn't find, oftentimes on Fridays, we would have a Farish Friday with the great Sean Farish, great patriot. And for whatever reason,
he's a good guy. He's a great guy. Wonderful
we
person.
Love him. He looks like that brawny alpha male. And
he looks like a dollar store version of Bradley Cooper, right?
And even his wife agrees. So she's in the YouTube chat. But so we always look for some kind of a heist, a tuna heist. We had, the fish heist, the beef heist. This one, I couldn't find a tuna heist, but I did find, if you will, a copper wire heist that we found. We always look for this for you, Sean, to find something good. These 5 guys in Philadelphia.
Stolen.
Yeah, something stolen in this kind of bizarre way. These 5 guys And it reminds me of The Wire, the series The Wire, where you always have Bubbles, right? Bubs, and he's going out and he's stealing wire and whatever. I know everything goes back to The Wire.
Character Bubbles.
I know, right? But in this one, these 5 guys, and we have their mugshots. My former colleague at Fox
They're not as nice
29,
as my mugshot, by the way.
Not as beautiful as you.
Not as good as the Mona. We call it the Mona Lisa of mugshots. Nobody's ever seen a mugshot
You're
like
gonna
this
get a Melania
before.
and Donald combo here.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But these 5 guys caught in the act, equipped with all kinds of backpacks. They had tools. They had a large trash can filled with copper wiring. They were going around too, because we have, historic sections of Philadelphia and these beautiful lampposts. And so they would go in there, cut open the lamppost, cut out the copper wire, and then because copper is going for a lot of money, and resell it. And a big scheme to steal all the copper wiring from city streetlights, leaving neighborhoods like, for example, Fishtown, Port Richmond, in the dark. And I can tell you, because I have a neighbor with a historic home, all their copper, the gutters in some of the older historic homes, they had guys come up and while they were in the Poconos and stole all of their, all the copper, beautiful original gutters. So it's a thing, but in this one, quite different, where they're going to all these so you have all these dark neighborhoods. You call up some guy in the city, and he's like the union guy to change the light bulbs. They think the light bulb's out, and he's like, no, the new light bulbs aren't working. It's the wiring. They literally cut out the wiring. Wow. It's crazy. So these 5 guys identified.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Got them. Stop stealing. Go back to stealing fish. Leave the wiring alone.
That was a good
They've
one.
never caught those guys, did they, Dawn? That's over a year ago.
Who took the tuna? And this was high quality tuna.
Yeah. This was almost like that, what are they, Kobe beef, where they massage it first? These fish had it made.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy. That's nuts that they haven't caught these people yet.
You're right.
Defund the police.
Who took the tuna? By the way, if you had some really good tuna and maybe it was a lesser price, don't you know you got that stolen tuna?
Yep. If you all of a sudden, like a week after Dawn Stensland reported this, you got tuna at a deal of a lifetime, you're like,
why is my spicy tuna roll only $2.50 today?
Right. Right. Now you're asking the right questions, Dan. Now you're asking the right. Dan and Dawn, you're onto something. We got to look and see. Anybody who's getting a good deal on tuna, it was likely stolen.
And number 3, as we think about, I had to put this in here because earlier in the week we talked about Afghanistan, how many years later, the disastrous withdrawal, Abbey Gate, and thinking about our military veterans. And of course, your service matters. And so we shouldn't conflate the two, because when we talk about Abbey Gate, that was the disastrous withdrawal by the Biden administration. But as far as the service of our great patriots, and we wanted to honor one great patriot. This is retired U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo, true American hero, and President Trump putting this out here with a picture of him, gave everything for our nation, suffered catastrophic injuries from an IED while serving in Afghanistan back in April 24th of 2010. Michael endured 120 surgeries, unwavering courage, strong support of his incredible wife, Sarah, their 3 beautiful daughters, and Sarah's tireless advocacy for wounded warriors and military families. And so no doubt you've seen Sarah speaking in those Wounded Warrior commercials, for example, that do air, because she's a wonderful advocate. But we learned that he lost his battle. He was a double amputee, had survived, come home with all those surgeries. And this beautiful young man, beautiful patriot, President Trump had put out a tribute to him on Truth Social. So we just wanted to honor his service and his life. We are sponsored this morning by, and there he is. There's Michael, by the way. I don't know that we have a picture of his wife, Sarah, and the 3 girls, but a beautiful tribute by President Trump to this great patriot as we think about all of those who served in Afghanistan, and he's one of them. We are sponsored this morning by D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff, local experts, guiding you through all the sales, delivery, installation, and service. Just visit them, D&K Appliances. You can find them in either Newtown Square or Flourtown. DKappliances.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right. Thank you, Dawn. We will continue with the cut sheet, and we'll get to, I guess, one cut down. We'll take a little break and come back with a few more. It is Labor Day weekend. We're coming up on Labor Day weekend. Very exciting. People are traveling. Dawn mentioned folks are traveling. Airfares are down, and that is because American energy has been unleashed. We talked yesterday, actually, about some of the regulatory moves that Lee Zeldin was making over at the EPA. Deregulation, creating an environment that is conducive for these businesses to be able to operate with lower overhead, therefore lowering the cost of doing business. Those costs will no longer be passed down to the consumer. Gas prices are on the way down. This is cut 6A. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who, by the way, I am still extremely grateful to have Caroline Leavitt instead of Corinne Jean-Pierre. Let's roll cut 6A on gas prices.
As Americans make their Labor Day weekend travel plans, they will be able to enjoy 5-year low gas prices thanks to President Trump fully unleashing American energy dominance. President Trump ended Joe Biden's Green New Scam policies and is delivering on his promise to make America affordable again. These savings at the pump are giving everyday American families more room in their budgets at the end of each month, which is the exact opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
5-year low in gas prices. So let's think. Who was the president 5 years ago? Let's see. August 29th, 2020. I think it was. Hold on. Where is he? I got him. Here he is. Right there. I was your president. I was your president. It was me. It was me, the greatest of all time. Donald Trump was your president back in 2020, August 29, 2020. Gas prices are at a 5-year low. The last time they were this low was when Donald Trump was president. Dawn, isn't it nice to have a real press secretary again at the White House, by the way?
I was thinking that every time I see her, we review everything. So she had another great news conference yesterday, and it's on the cut sheet. But, you think that she's just fantastic. Just fabulous and so cheerful and smiling. Good to see you all today. You know what I mean? As she comes in, they're like, ugh. You know what I mean? They're like,
they're gnashing their teeth.
And she's like, hello.
Foaming at the mouth.
And
they're drooling.
Yeah. And they hate her even more because she's not only is she brilliant and a patriot and she's just beautiful, but they just hate her. You know what I mean? For all of the above. But she comes in, hello, good morning. Good to see you all here.
Talk about a happy warrior, right? Like there was an old clip of Kamala. I think she was like in the Philippines for some reason, and she sounded just, sloshed, right? And she was like, I consider myself a joyful warrior. And it was like, it was one of these things where we watch it. She's like, nobody could take your joy from you, and then she had like the fake joy where you could tell it was like cringy and just forced, right? And like, you don't want to live in Kamala's HOA because that might be the only thing she's president of. And it's just one of those things like, and then you have, your Corinne Jean-Pierre, who used to go back and forth and spar with Peter Doocy, and she was nasty and all of this. And then you just have this joyful bundle of energy. Caroline Leavitt, by the way, a mother who has brought her child in and, has done this. It's so refreshing to have somebody who comes in there with a smile on their face and then just gives it to these rabid dogs, right?
Yes. And that's just it. And
I call myself a joyful warrior.
There it is. That's it. That's
Dan is so good. Dan Borowski.
Never let anyone take
I call myself that clip. That's one of my favorite. My wife and I die. No, don't let anybody take your. Yeah, play the whole thing. It's unbelievable.
Take your joy from you. You do what you got to do.
What is she
and
talking
isn't
about?
that a wonderful way to live? To know you have purpose.
Isn't that special?
Well, when you play it back now, it sounds like, the Wicked Witch of the West or something, doesn't it? It's so disingenuous.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
It's like, ooh, that's kind of, my pretty. It's like,
Let's just take a minute. Take a minute before we go to break.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
Before we go to break, let's take a minute and just, we heard Kamala, we dodged a bullet. We dodged a bullet. She could have been the president of the United States.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
Don't even say that, right? Don't even say it.
We were so close. We weren't that close. 7 swing states. Yeah. It wasn't very close. Even Pennsylvania was won pretty handily. And what is it? Only 56,000 or so advantage according to Scott Pressler. Like really close for Pennsylvania Republicans flipping Democrats to have a plurality in the state. So that's big. Hey, we'll have more from the cut sheet coming up after.
Joyful warrior.
He keeps playing it. I'm going to throw up. You know what? Maybe he just wants. I'm going to come to Philly and smack you with the word salad fork. Okay.
What's worse, eating salmonella eggs, or listening to that?
I don't know, Dawn. You're the expert in that department, I think. We'll be back with more from the cut sheet after this.
Joy for me.
It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Sean and Dawn, and apparently the Sean, Dawn, and Kamala show right here. We'll be right back with more from the cut sheet after this. Don't go anywhere.
You do what you gotta do.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. Openphone.com/FREE.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Big weekend ahead, whether you're hitting the beach or maybe cruising through the city. Why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event. It's going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And right now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or maybe a CR-V. I've got the HRV, the HRV. My husband drives the CR-V. We love Piazza Honda. They've got unbeatable lease deals, low finance rates, but you got to hurry in. These summer savings will not last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. Make sure you ask for awesome Ross the boss. Love Ross. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to the Sean and Dawn Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The final days of the dog days of summer. There it is. Had to say it like my Long Island New Yorker self. They call me a damn Yankee down here in Tennessee. A friend of ours. That's it. How y'all doing? Senator John Kennedy, right? Going through life is hard, but it's even harder when you're stupid. Right? I love him. I've been working on my Kennedy for a while.
Oh,
my John Kennedy. It's a good one, right? Goat's milk latte drinking. He's something else. A friend of ours, the chairman of the Wilson County Republican Party here in Tennessee, said to me, "Do you know the difference between a Yankee and a damn Yankee?" I said, "No, I don't." He goes, "A Yankee is someone from the North. A damn Yankee is someone who comes from the North and doesn't leave."
Oh, that's funny.
And I am proud to be a damn Yankee. I'm not leaving Tennessee. I love this place. We're talking in the YouTube chat about gas prices, and we're in like the 240s here. It's even cheaper at Costco. It's just so nice. It's just so nice. Yeah.
When we moved, so David's in college in North Carolina. So everybody said, "Oh, are you going to drive all this stuff?" I said, "No, we're going to fly there. We found really cheap flights. We'll fly there, and I'll take him to Walmart because it's so cheap. It's so much cheaper to just do that and buy it at Walmart. That's how much cheaper everything is there." So you think about that in North Carolina, especially where you are. But we were just raving about the prices, and then as well the portions. You go to a restaurant, it's like the portions. One portion is enough for like 3 people.
Yeah.
So
that's happened to us a few times.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What are we supposed to do with all this food? Eat it. That's what we're supposed to do with all that food. That's what you're supposed to do.
Hey, we're going to get that cut sheet before you go back.
What?
Do it.
I wanted because you brought up John Kennedy, and there was something he said within the past week, and you yourself were one quick to address it. So here was John Kennedy earlier this week.
President Trump came out in favor of breathing to survive. Governor Pritzker would probably hold his breath.
So then Sean Farish puts out something like this. Take a watch.
Well, it is my complete honor and privilege to make this endorsement. You know, I've got along with very well with oxygen. I call it air. Some people call it O2. I call it oxygen air. It's a beautiful thing, but I'm endorsing breathing. We love to breathe. It's a tremendous practice in and out. I went to the doctor, and my doctor looked at me. He said, "Sir, You have the most beautiful lungs. They're so big, they're so beautiful. They inflate, they deflate, they're wonderful. In and out. Nobody's ever seen lungs like this before, sir. So I said, now's a beautiful day to endorse oxygen. We love breathing, right? And you have these stupid people on the left, very stupid, very sick. These are very sick people. You're not a sick person, but they're very sick people.
Your impression is amazing.
And they're going to hear me endorse it. Right? They're going to hear me say, oh, Donald Trump likes to breathe. You know who else breathed? Hitler. Hitler breathed. And they're going to hold their breath. And that's what we're hoping for. We're looking at it. So we are endorsing air. It's a tremendous thing. We want you to breathe as much of it as possible. Big, beautiful, clean air.
So is that a direct response to John Kennedy there, Sean?
No, well, when did Kennedy make those statements?
August 28th, so yesterday.
Of course he did.
So did he do that in response to you?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm on to something with John Kennedy, okay? Because back in 2021, and I love John Kennedy. I'm just messing. I don't know if he did this in response. Actually, you know what? He might have, and I'll tell you why. In December of 2021, I went to Arby's in upstate New York, and I ordered. It was one of my biggest videos that went viral on TikTok. It did almost like 9 million views or something, right? So I said we want a Dr. Pepper because we trust Dr. Pepper more than Dr. Fauci, right? And we did that and it was one of the funniest lines. And then Kennedy, like a week later, was like, and we trust Dr. Pepper more than Dr. Fauci. And I was like, oh, I see what's going on here, right? Wow. So now I do Trump endorses air. That was back, let me see, I'll give you the exact date. That was on a Saturday. It was way before yesterday. It was Saturday, August 16th. I did Donald Trump endorses oxygen. Mm-hmm. So, and Tim Burchett, not our congressman, but the congressman out of Tennessee, who is like our version of John Kennedy. I got kicked in the chest by a daggum donkey this morning. I love this guy. He's so cool. He's amazing. Tim Burchett, a really fun person to just hang out with. But he reposted it and wrote best in the business. So possibly, right? Kennedy, maybe he saw it and came out and, Donald Trump endorsed breathing. J.B. Pritzker holds his breath.
Trump came out in favor of breathing to survive, Governor Pritzker would probably hold his breath.
I have a feeling that Mr. Kennedy, who I happen to like, maybe he's an anonymous fan out there. I don't know. But that's the second time I've heard Mr. Kennedy lift jokes from yours truly, although it's not a joke that only I came. I've seen a lot of people say that if Donald Trump endorsed breathing, right? So, but maybe he should endorse eating so J.B. Pritzker loses a couple of LBs. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Phil, you got to clip this, but we're putting this one on social media, and we're tagging John Kennedy in it to see if we can
tag him.
That's Love right. It. Let's see what happens. Love Senator Kennedy. He is hilarious. One of my favorites that he ever did was when gas went through the roof under Biden, and he said, the price of gas is so high, it's cheaper to buy cocaine and run everywhere. I just thought it was one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Keeping up the vibes with laughing, and members of Congress. We did Tim Burch, we did John Kennedy. It's a member of Congress I don't like, infamous Eric Swalwell.
Continues to campaign for more economic chaos.
I have to do this one.
Meanwhile, I don't know about where you live, Jesse, but in my state, the price of gas is so high that it would be cheaper to buy cocaine and just run everywhere.
Oh man, it's great. It is so. He used to just roast Biden on TV. He said one time, if President Biden was president of the Sahara Desert, he'd run out of sand. I couldn't believe it. So good. Cut one. Speaking of members of Congress, because there's one member of Congress in particular who's infamous for letting one go on live television. Cut one has to do with farting. I don't know where this happened, how this happened, but I need to play it. It's got to be played. We're having a good time, so let's roll cut one.
Me or tell me anything about a gun. That's what I'm telling you. No
so at no point during that trip, you had no knowledge.
I had no knowledge of anything about that gun. Anything.
You own any guns?
No.
Do you know him to own any guns?
I mean, it's up to him, bro.
Listen, bro. No, it's not up to him because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm being charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me.
Oh my.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged. I told you.
Because the gun is sitting between both of you. That's why you're being charged.
I love the reaction from the cops, too.
Because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm being charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Damn, man.
Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged. I told you.
Because the gun is sitting between both of you. That's why you're being charged.
Oh my goodness! Did you hear it? It sounded like someone hit the trombone.
Dang.
Listen, bro. No, it's not up to him because you're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm being charged with it. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I don't know why I'm being charged. I told you.
Because the gun is sitting between both of you. That's why.
Oof. You better wipe
Grow up,
after
Tom,
that
would you
one.
please? Would you grow up?
That the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Oh my goodness! Where have we? Where has this segment gone? Kennedy, cocaine, farts. Oh my gosh! Just too much.
Talk about hazard pay. Think of these offices. There's like a Dutch oven inside the
You're being charged with it
interrogation
right
room.
now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm being charged with it.
Yeah, man.
Damn, man.
One cop laughs.
You see the way he looked too? He let it go, and you see his eyes like, did they hear that? What do you mean, did they hear that? Everyone heard that. Oh, man.
That the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
This is why we call him, by the way, this is why we call him his flatulence, right? Yes. I call him his flatulence, Eric Swalwell. He let one go. You're not supposed to do that. Oh, my gosh. All right. We're going to take a break and get this thing back on the rails here. And then we'll hit more of the cut sheet. We've got plenty more to go. The cut sheet Fight Club coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
The president
Fight of the
used
week.
taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Stop.
We'll let Eric Swalwell carry us into the break on the wind, on that nice soft breeze. Sean and Dawn will be back after this.
Here's a harsh
That the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat.
Varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
got to talk about my friends at Kitchen Magic. They've been transforming kitchens and baths for more than 45 years right here in the USA. They are family-owned, second generation strong, and they manufacture their cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. And what does that mean? Well, among other things, it means no tariffs, no middleman, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. This August, you got to do it. TikTok, August is winding down, but take advantage up to 30% off cabinets during their summer savings event. 30% off. Trust the name your neighbors have been trusting for decades. Kitchen Magic, just call. You can visit them. KitchenMagic.com. Do this today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And we're back, 8:42 on this Friday, August 29th, heading into Labor Day weekend. It is happening. We're making it happen. The Sean and Dawn Show. Segment just before, my goodness. We could not stop laughing. It's a little crazy. Senator Kennedy paid us a visit.
Yes.
A lot of people paid us a visit
President
there. Eric Swalwell took us in. A little breezy in here, a little wind, right? We're going to get back to
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat.
There he is.
And
that's Eric Swalwell.
But you know what? It's
that's
almost
Chinese takeout.
It's Chinese takeout. It's almost like his body was calling him out as a liar, because you think of what he was talking about, right? It was a perfectly legal phone call. It's like his body was...
The president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
It's like his own body was like, man, not true.
On a real note, like, what could that have been if it wasn't a fart? He farted.
It's like
the verdict is in.
I mean, I did isolate it and slow it down, as we've heard. We can...
Yeah.
An election.
There it is.
Yeah.
And it's very similar in tone to the guy who ripped one when he was being interrogated. Same thing. It may have been the same trombone. Who knows? Could have been. Who knows?
You're being charged with it right now. That's why we're bringing you here to talk to you about it.
Oh, I'm being charged with it.
Stop.
Yeah. We've turned into the fart show. This is great.
What police have to put up with.
Yeah, unfortunately. What Americans have to put up with, too, from their congressman. Unreal. I'm going to roll into something. We'll get some good news here. We talked about a lot about it yesterday. The positive impact of tariffs, Donald Trump impacting the U.S. economy with tariffs and bringing jobs back to the United States. Of domestic production, producing things in our country. J.D. Vance, we call him 48. Let's roll cut 12, Dan.
How nice is it to have a president who, instead of rewarding companies for shipping your jobs overseas, rewards companies for building factories right here in the United States of America? How nice is it to have a president of the United States who, instead of raising your taxes, is cutting your taxes by historic margins every single day, as we just did? For years, American leaders would ask you to work overtime, would ask you to spend even more time away from your family, and every hour that you spend at the job, they would reach further and further into your pocket. How nice is it to have a president of the United States who cut taxes on overtime, because we believe that if you spend an extra hour at work, the government ought to keep its hands the hell out of your pocket. Is that right?
You know, one of the moments that J.D. Vance had in the 2024 campaign, shortly after being named the vice presidential nominee, was when he essentially came out and he defended Donald Trump. They kept calling him a threat to democracy. This was actually a day or so or Kamala Harris became the presumptive Democrat nominee right before Joe Biden dropped out. But I remember they say Trump's a threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy. It was a week of the Democrats calling J.D. Vance weird and all of these different things. And he said, I heard him. It really felt like he hit his groove, he hit his stride. And he said, Donald Trump isn't a threat to democracy. He took a bullet for democracy, right? And the way he said it, I was like, all right, this guy's fired up. It's awesome. He is really hitting his stride here as vice president. And I think, I think this audition for in 2028, I think it's going well for J.D. Vance. He's got, a long way to go and a lot can change, but I think right now he would be the odds-on favorite to be the man who carries the torch.
Yeah, I think we're in good hands. I think you're right. And even President Trump in the Monday cabinet meeting had that little joke that he told, and he said, oh, you're so good at this job. You should stick in this job, that laughter, right? And so, because you have Marco Rubio, isn't that a great thing to have such a deep bench as far as these up and coming? I mean, J.D. Vance, didn't he just turn 40? This August was his birthday, so I think he's 41. But I mean, all these guys and gals, we have this great future, this deep bench, a diversity of people, and the Democrats I don't know who they really have, but I feel like we're in good hands. And J.D. Vance, he's the master. I mean, you look at him in any interview, to your point, Sean, and he just crushes any talking point. He's so good.
Yeah, and he does it calmly, right? Like his debate with Walz back in, I think it was October of last year. Donald Trump has his own style. He'll go at you. He's like a bull in a china shop, right? He'll go in there. He'll just break stuff. It's unorthodox, and he has his quips and his nuances in his debate format. But J.D. Vance, he keeps it a little more close to the vest. So I feel like less emotional, but he kind of kills you with kindness. I mean, I remember in that debate with Walz, he had Tim Walz agreeing with him on a lot of things, which usually when that starts happening in a debate, it's not going well for your opponent, right? When he said, no, I agree with, and he made him look foolish without, outright assaulting him on the stage. And there's a time and place for both styles if you can execute it well. I love watching Trump's debates. I think it's great. Difference between Abraham Lincoln and you is that you lie and he didn't, paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Yeah. But I think J.D. Vance in those settings, whether it's the Sunday shows, whether it's debates, whether it's these speeches, the guy is just good. Mm-hmm. He just has it. And
it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Can't disagree. I love this guy. He was my, you remember coming on here last year and we were talking about who is the VP going to be. And I came around, I would say maybe June, said, Vance, I want Vance. I know it's not going to help him take a state on the electoral map. He's going to win Ohio anyway, but Vance seemed to be that heir apparent type of figure, young, in tune with the new direction of the Republican Party, in tune with the MAGA base, and somebody who I felt like was relatable to members of the left, or those new kind of crossovers, right? Where J.D. Vance could sit down with an independent and say, look, I know how you feel about Donald Trump. I used to feel that way about Donald Trump. I was wrong, and here's why. And you could reach those people. And he even said that. He said that in his debate, his 2022 debate, when he was running for Senate in Ohio. He said, I was wrong. I thought X, Y, and Z. I now believe A, B, and C. and he owned it. And to me, that's something that politicians don't do enough. So I am excited to see how this keeps going. And as Dawn said, deep bench, whether it's Ron DeSantis, whether it's Marco Rubio, whether it's J.D. Vance, I believe Vance, as of right now, if the primary was held today and those three guys were in there, Vance would have my vote. But a lot can change in 3 years, obviously. So we'll see what happens. But if it's Vance, if it's Rubio, if it's DeSantis, I mean, the Democrats can't say they have a bench like this. And so that's what I think is most important right now.
Amen.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on. Let's see, we just did 12. Let's go to something very similar to that, valuing the American worker, right, over globalists, rather than farming our labor out overseas, having these businesses. We hear from the left all the time about capitalists and exploiting workers. Well, rather than doing that in other countries, we want to bring those jobs home. Vance talked about it. Here's another one, cut 8, about valuing the American worker over globalists and foreign labor.
And as we commemorate Labor Day this year, we finally have a president who fights and delivers for the American worker every single day. President Trump believes that American workers are the heart and soul of our economy and our national identity, which is why he's championed an agenda that puts them first always. For decades, the hardworking men and women of our country who built the greatest nation in world history were sold out by selfish, greedy, short-sighted globalists who put our country on a path to economic and cultural ruin. They hollowed out our factories and towns and betrayed the American working class by shipping jobs overseas and importing millions of low-wage migrants to replace American workers. Under President Trump, this national disgrace is over. American workers are, once again, being put at the center of national trade policy, and the dignity of American labor is being defended.
Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, we were talking about how much we love her as opposed to Karine Jean-Pierre. But again, tariffs, deregulation, whether it's working out deals to bring auto manufacturing back, steel manufacturing back to our country, energy production back to our country. The globalists are upset. The foreign countries who were, relying on America to farm out there and outsource their labor and energy demands are upset. And America is the one who wins. Under Joe Biden, it was all about making the rest of the world happy at the expense of the American worker, the American citizen, the American taxpayer. Those roles have been reversed. We are now benefiting off of the rest of the world. We are now being treated fairly, or at least fairer, by the rest of the world, thanks to the leadership from this White House.
Yeah, it's so true. And one thing you mentioned, the former White House press secretary as opposed to the great Caroline Leavitt. I'll say this. I was thinking, that KJP, I love her eyeshadow. And then I realized, why I'm always looking at her eyeshadow? She's looking down and she's reading something. She didn't believe what she was saying. Caroline Leavitt does not have a prompter. She does look down at her notes, and she clearly is very prepared and very smart. But when she's speaking with passion on these issues, she says we. She says no, we. And she's having the eye contact, and she's speaking from not just representing obviously the President of the United States, the White House, but she's speaking from her heart. And she's speaking, she's speaking for me too. You know what I mean? That's what I love about it. She's answering the mandate, just as President Trump is. And I love that about her.
Me too. Yeah, I think it's great. And it does feel like we're included.
Yes.
In this White House.
Inclusive.
It does feel like we are a part of the government. And it's not perfect. And it's not, it's never going to be, by the way. No. It's never going to be perfect. But man, are we in a much better situation? Do we have a much more responsive, government and a much more responsive leadership than we did back then? I mean, just think of this: like, there's that 600,000 Chinese visas, and I'm not thrilled about it. But it's not, and it looked like he was bringing in 600,000 new people, and people spoke out about it, said this is a little troubling. And the White House, within a day, came out and said, no, it's not 600,000 new. It's just a continuation of existing policy. My response to that is I think we need to change that policy, but they addressed it. They heard the concerns and they addressed it. I remember back in, May, June, where they came out and said something along the lines of, we're going to pause ICE raids on farm and hospitality and leisure. And I said, I don't know. Many of us didn't vote for that no mass deportations with the asterisk. I'm pretty sure. Let's do the worst first, by all means. Let's not go shut down a farm for the sake of doing so. But as you saw in California, as you've seen in some of these restaurants, drug trafficking, human trafficking, crimes against children, etc. And the administration within 5 days came out and said, all right, we're changing it. We're not doing that anymore. They listen to the people. They hear us. They're working for us. At least that's what it feels like. And maybe not in every case. I know Epstein was a disaster the way it was handled, but other than that, I think this administration has done a fantastic job staying in touch and in tune with what the people want and what we're saying.
Amen. No, I agree with that. And
yeah, I think so.
As far as the, by the way, we do have around the corner, we do have the new economic numbers that have just been, some numbers having to do with the Fed Reserve. So we'll talk about that. But to your point, Sean Farish, it's so true that, the talking points. Part of Epstein was the media and how they were reporting it and never putting context into their reporting, which is this has been going on. Epstein, they had him way back in the day, more than 20 years ago. They had him. He should have been locked away many years ago. And that was under the Bush administration, quite frankly, right before Obama got in.
Yep. Alex Acosta. Yeah. We know all about that.
Yeah.
And that whole sweetheart deal and Dershowitz and all the whole 9 yards. All right, we're going to come back. It's going to be the fourth and final hour. Can't believe we've reached that point already. Dawn will get us with the news. We'll hit Fight Club, Fight of the Week. Another good fight today. We got a good selection today. This is a wild one that happened overseas, but it'll be a good one. More from the Dawn and Sean show. Sean and Dawn and Sean live. Woo! Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Fourth and final hour coming up. We'll be right back.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
9:02, fourth and final hour of the Sean and Dawn Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're having a blast here, working through the cut sheet. We got Fight Club coming up in just a few minutes. We'll vote on the fight of the week. It's going to be a big one. This is a fun one we've got here for the Friday edition of Fight Club today. Before we get to all of that, Dawn's got some encouraging economic news, some new numbers from the Fed, lots of other news to get to, so we'll toss it to Dawn for the news. Go ahead.
Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Rita's Water Ice sponsoring our news this morning and headlines just ahead of Labor Day weekend on the busiest travel day of the weekend with millions on the road and in the air traveling. We are looking at gas prices just went down again. So AAA has the national average as $3.02. That's the national average as of this morning. However, if you look at the AAA map, most of the southern states, most of them are under $3. I just looked up in Philadelphia, there are a ton of them that are $2.99. But what about the West Coast, the left coast, California in particular, and all those West Coast states? They're still paying on average anywhere from $3.50 to maybe $4.50. So they're paying, in some instances, if you compare the southern states to the West, in some cases, $2 more out west than in some place like where you are or the Carolinas. Florida is hovering right around $3 a gallon.
Brief comments from Gas Buddy here.
As the summer season comes to a close and cooler temperatures set in, travelers can look forward to dipping airfare and the cheapest gas prices we've seen since 2020.
It's going to get better after Labor Day and into mid-September. That's when we roll back to cheaper winter gasoline.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says some parts of the country could see gas prices drop below $3 a gallon soon. If you're flying,
already there.
Domestic airfare is 6% cheaper than last
year. Do your research, peeps.
Yeah.
$2.45 in Tennessee.
That's why we have the great Dawn Stensland here.
Hey, we have other news, economic news. Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge showing that those inflationary pressures remained elevated for the last month in July. Obviously, this matters with the central bank mulling an interest rate cut at its meeting coming up mid-month in September, obviously. So the Commerce Department just releasing some new numbers reporting the personal consumption expenditures, that's the PCE index. It rose slightly, 0.2% from a month ago in July, remains at 2.6% overall year-to-year basis, in line with those expectations of a lot of the economists. So core PCE, and it does exclude more volatile prices like food. I wonder if they did include the energy price, it would be up. So I wanted to look at that because it's so stupid when they don't include the energy price, because that matters, because energy prices are down. So 0.3%. But in this case, let's just say the fact that it's still under pressure, that's a good thing with the Fed meeting. Hopefully, cross your fingers for lowering those rates. So we have that going on as well this morning. And I know that the news report that Dan played, quoting AAA, talking about the unofficial end because it's Labor Day weekend, we think of kids going back to school. I will say, in my defense, because I love summer, officially, summer doesn't wrap up until September 22nd. So, haha. But with the weekend, I had to get that in there. The favorite Labor Day activity is grilling, according to a new survey from market researcher Numerator. 57% of holiday celebrants over this weekend planning to do some outdoor cooking and grilling as far as travel plans. 65% surveyed say, yeah, they'll stay pretty close to home during the holiday weekend. 26% saying they will fly or drive someplace else. But Labor Day obviously falling on this Monday, September 1st this year. And so it's an annual celebration of the social and economic achievements of American workers, as U.S. Labor, the Department of Labor describes it. So dates back to the late 19th century, was made a legal U.S. holiday in 1984. Remember, in the Dow, the stock market was through the roof yesterday. It was a wonderful thing to see, but stock market closed, most banks closed, no postal delivery, no schools. It is a national holiday after all, and a great opportunity on these 80-degree sunny days to get some Rita's Wooter Ice. Fall concretes are back at Rita's. Fan favorite pumpkin pie returns alongside new apple butter in deliciously decadent concrete treats. But these cozy combos, they're here for a limited time only. So try them out today. And by getting cool, go to Rita's. Rita's Water Ice, delicious. And they have all the, I just like the traditional. I love the chocolate. I do.
Ew.
I love
Really?
the, yeah.
Out of all the flavors, you go
Chocolate ices are really good. I don't know what you're talking about, Dan.
like mango. Go with a fruit or cherry.
Yeah, I like the mango too.
Cherries.
But I'm talking
Mango's
about
not bad, but the chocolate's
But
good.
they have the frozen custard.
Yeah, it's.
I love the
come on.
chocolate frozen
or the
custard.
cream ice.
We have a place. There's a lot of frozen custard in Tennessee. When we used to live in Spring Hill, there was a place called Witt's, and it was the most delicious frozen custard we've ever had. Oh, so good.
I love Rita's.
It's only 9 a.m., but I could go.
I know. Me too. They deliver. Remember the one day they delivered? It was just, we had all these Rita's. We're like, so good.
Do they deliver to Tennessee?
Yummy, yummy. Rita's. That's your news.
All right, there it is. The news with the great Dawn Stensland. She had to take her shots, about summer's not over till September 22nd. Yeah, no. Summer's over Tuesday, November 2nd. I'm declaring it. I'm signing an executive order. We're ending summer early this year. Right? We're going to end it early. No, it's I'm a huge fan of the fall, but I'm also, we don't wish time away. Also this weekend, NASCAR playoffs begin. Just want to put that out there, right? We're rooting for the big 24 team. William Byron going for a championship this year. Let's go, baby. Woo. Bring back the 24. Very excited about that. College football starts this weekend. I know Nick Kayal's excited about that.
Oh, and
high school football starts. There you go. And the NFL starts next week. What do you guys think? Dawn, what do you think? The Cowboys just blew up their whole defensive line yesterday.
I had to call my brother. My brother John is in Wisconsin. He has season tickets. He's a huge Packers fan. So they're in Wisconsin. They're like, oh, don't you know? He's just So he's excited. But even the Dallas fans were like, Dallas sucks.
Yeah, I saw because I follow a lot of, I inadvertently, unintentionally follow a lot of Cowboys fans on X because they're also Texas Rangers fans, right? Dallas, the whole nine. Okay. So I saw a bunch of people getting really mad, and I was like, what? The Rangers aren't even playing today. It's not time to get mad. And I saw them getting mad about the Cowboys, and I was, what did they do? What did they do now? I mean, they hired Brian Schottenheimer, which I'm going to rub my, wash my mouth out with soap when he was the Jets offensive coordinator. Run, pass, punt, Schottenheimer. Couldn't stand him. I don't know what they were smoking to hire him as their head coach. But so they go with that, and they blow up their whole defensive line. I said, all right, well, Cowboys fans and Jet fans will be in the same boat this year. Week 4, season's over.
Yeah.
Right? Phil even agreed with me last week.
What would you rather be?
Last night.
What would you rather be, a Jets fan or a Cowboys fan? I think it's more
I'd
of a question for Dawn than you, to be honest.
I'll tell you what. I'd rather be a Jets fan just because the jokes are more fun. We're like less angry. We're just expecting it.
But how much for Jerry Jones? We hate him in Philadelphia, but how hated is he right now that he did this?
Yeah.
I think they were stunned. I mean, they were.
Everybody was stunned.
They were like, "What? He did what?"
Right.
Now I know he's saying they got. And then here's the other thing: like in my family, my husband, his brother, my son, the son who's here, and still lives at home. They all have their big draft. So this upended like all these men and their research and the whole blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Now they're like, it changes things. So for the draft, for the fantasy,
Fantasy football. Yeah. All right. Are we ready? It's time for Fight Club. It's time for the edition of Fight Club. I think there's going to be a fight in Dallas if Jerry Jones is caught in public, by the way. But we'll get to Fight Club now.
Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com.
Fights equal ratings, and this fight took place in good old Mexico. I saw this one making the rounds yesterday in the Mexican Senate. Let's roll this edition of Fight Club. This is a pretty good one. I don't know if it's better than yesterday's, but it's pretty good.
Oh!
Little shove.
Oh!
The guy the guy on the left is really the aggressor here. Look at this. Well, watch the green shirt guy down.
He's just a microphone guy.
All the way. He's standing over him like, yeah, I put you on the ground. Now look at this.
He's still going.
This needs to happen in our Senate.
You think so?
Yeah. Mark Wayne Mullen almost fought a union guy last year, the senator from Oklahoma.
Oh, no. I don't want to see the men in the Senate. I want to see the women. Because, you would find out if Jasmine Crockett has a wig or a weave.
Well, see, but she's in the House, though.
Oh, that's
she's not
true,
in the Senate.
House. Oh, darn.
So we can still do it. We can still, she can still throw her eyelashes at people.
Well, you could have like that's right. Get the women in the House and the women in the Senate, in Congress.
Yeah.
Get the women in Congress going at it.
Is this the true
Like, give me like Elizabeth Warren and Lisa Murkowski.
Is this the true reason that Trump wants that ring out there on the in the Rose Garden for the UFC?
That's what it is. Look at this, though. Look at how far this goes. Smacking people. The guy with the microphone went flying, which was great. This is out of control.
Look at these guys.
It's crazy.
And they're
I have an idea.
What?
I have an idea.
What?
If we do a fight in the Senate, we need Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of Knox County here in Tennessee, to get elected as a senator, because that's Kane from WWE. He'll just start choke slamming people.
But to your point, nobody. You know what? The Senate, they're more defined. It's the ones in the House, like Marjorie. You know what I mean? I don't want to see
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I would want to see the House. AOC.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Get them all like.
Right. Al Green with his cane. He'll start swinging that thing around. Yeah. Maxine Waters.
Comes in like Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Hey-oh!
Yeah. Well, by the way, speaking of Congress, how about Mark Teixeira running for Congress in Texas? You guys hear about that?
Yes.
Texas 21, he's 21st Congressional District. Mark Teixeira, Texie so sexy, running for Congress.
Sexy,
look at that.
So sexy.
There it is. It's gonna be interesting.
It's a good one. Good one, Sean.
Yeah, we're
I think there's a clear
working
winner
on
this
it.
week, though. I think there might be a clear winner this week.
So we want to go through the the fight of the week, the week of fights. Now I heard Dan, he said that the Monday through Wednesday were kind of soft.
Kind of soft there.
So there's really only 2 to choose from, which happen to be the 2 that I chose. I just want to say that.
Well, there is one that might be of consideration, and we'll get to that. But Monday, it started off kind of rough there, Sean, because Mike Opelka and I, we're not very into these fights. So I found one, and we had these 2 women brawling outside a body slam.
Okay, this is not soft.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
good.
But the thing is, it's so violent that it caused us to actually want to go the opposite direction. And as you can see, the smashing continues. And
Windshield wiper theory, whiplash. Right?
Yeah, so Mondays, what do you want to title this? The parking lot brawl, I guess?
Yeah, that would be, let's call that the parking lot party right there.
All
yeah.
Right. All right, so we got parking lot party on Monday. Tuesday, because we went the opposite direction, Sean, we went for a pillow fight. And there's a professional pillow fighting club. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is a pillow fight.
It is a pillow fight. That's the problem.
I would have been happy if it was sock 'em boppers.
Interesting, Peter. You know, when they came in, they were smiling.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like they were perhaps taking it as seriously as a real fight, but now the fight has started.
They're not smiling anymore.
They're focused.
Hey, a fight is a fight.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, admittedly.
It's cool, though. I mean, it's a unique thing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that professional pillow fighting was a sport. Did you know that professional tag is also a sport?
I watch it. Yeah. Well,
you watch professional tag?
It's unsurprising, I guess. Yeah.
Not this week.
All right, there you go.
No, and we
I
actually
didn't realize we were going to get that. I didn't realize we were going to get that confession this morning. That's cool.
Pillow Fight Club even produced a new intro for this.
Pillow Fight Club. Everybody loves a good pillow fight. And pillow fights equal ratings, too.
Yeah. We tried, man.
Oh my God!
So after Pillow Fight Club, we still didn't want to return completely to the world of hardcore fighting, and somehow, some way, Mike agreed on Monday to twerk for the viewers if they were to like the YouTube stream.
Does he think he's Megan Thee Stallion?
Well, yeah, I think so. And he never twerked his entire time here, so instead I incorporated twerking into fighting. Here we have a woman in yellow who is at it. They're going at it, and she might get the final lick in. And look the way she celebrates there. Ready, Sean?
This isn't bad.
Watch.
Here we go. Oh yeah, get that
There it
twerk in
is.
there.
Oh my!
Yep, celebratory
Very fit.
twerk for Wednesday.
Wow.
There's her mom, like, pull down your shirt. We can see your cheeks down there.
Look at the celebration, a little touchdown dance, right? Look at that.
Very fit. We'll give her there's no hail damage on those cheeks.
All right, so why don't you take Thursday there, Sean, because you pulled this one. It was a great one that we had, a cheerleading brawl. Why don't we...
This is Thursday. It's a cheerleading brawl. It reminds me of old school warfare where you had the two armies that march towards each other. You know, this is like Pickett's Charge kind of deal going on here, Gettysburg. You know, we got to get Doug Mastriano on the horn. I know he's a big Gettysburg guy. And... You see now there's one blue dress that's surrounded by the other one. And so she's in there. They go to rescue her. And that's it. Right there. That was Lexington and Concord shot heard around the world. It's over. Now it's just brawl.
Just an all-out brawl.
Total brawl.
Then you had the announcers at one point.
Clear the court. Yeah. Because the announcer's going to get things done. Why don't you get out there and pull people out of that pile? You have a scrum.
My favorite, though, when we play this and you put it next to the drum and fife of the Royal American Medley, how it sounded when they were going.
Look at this.
It works so well.
But it's like one of them got abducted. You see, now she's surrounded, so they have to rescue her. And she didn't want to be rescued. She was like, girl, please, push. And that's it.
Clearly, we need some de-escalation cheerleading
There it
sessions.
is. I've never seen a fight like this before. This was, I saw that, and I was sitting on that for a week. And I was like, this is, it's unique.
Yeah.
That much I can say.
Quite unique.
Definitely.
And then Friday, as you saw earlier, we had the Mexican Congress, or whatever that was.
The Mexican Senate, right?
Is that what that was? I don't know how they're
the bandoleros, or whatever they call them down there. I don't know. These crazy people down in the Mexican Senate.
And here's Friday.
Fighting and pushing and shoving.
Look at them.
Finger wagging.
Look at these guys in suits.
Yeah.
Are they leisure suits? But I mean, suits, ties, cuffs, the whole thing.
But you see, like the Senate, I would love to see John Fetterman involved in something like this.
All right, so we're going to put it on YouTube now, youtube.com/@12WPHT. We have a poll, and it looks like Tuesday was automatically eliminated. Phil's already got the poll up there. We don't even get to choose. Phil was like,
Tuesday was the pillow fight, right? So that's a fight.
Out here. So Monday, we have the two women fighting out there with the slam, the parking lot brawl. We had on Wednesday the twerk celebration. Thursday, you have the cheerleader fight, and then Friday, you just saw it, the Mexican Senate. Go vote, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
All right, now, if you had to choose, Dan, what would be your fight? What would be your favorite?
I'm going. I think it's a clear one. It's probably the cheerleader, right? I'm going.
You think it's cheerleader?
I'm going the cheerleader.
Oh,
I'm
really?
going with that too because
Really?
it's so unique.
Oh,
I would go with that because it's unique. But Dawn sounds like she's playing. She's picking a different fight here.
I'm picking the lady in yellow.
Oh,
the
wow.
Twerking,
The twerk?
wearing. I am.
Ah.
Yep.
Wow, the
celebrity
Titan of
twerker.
twerk, huh?
The Titan
picking
of
the twerker.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT for Dawn's choice there.
Because, she's very fit, and she at least is celebrating at the end.
Good point.
And I like her mom, who's like pulling her shirt down, saying, that's just inappropriate. I can see your backside, honey. Like,
She's not upset. She's not upset that her daughter is fighting and kicking the crap out of somebody. She's like,
but don't show
girl,
her.
we can see your cheeks.
Stop. Mother's like, get in the house. Do some chores.
Come on.
Please, go make your bed.
Oh, my goodness. What a mess.
It's a mess.
What a mess. Oh, my
So
goodness.
Dawn, when
Well,
do we usually
that's
announce the winner? Is it after the break or is it going?
What do we do?
Yeah,
I forget.
You're the one that's always here.
I don't know. Greg's like, I don't know. Greg does that part. I forget.
All right, after the break, we'll announce who's the leader in the clubhouse there. But go vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And while you're there, do us a favor. Go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications.
Yep, that's right. What Dan said. Absolutely. All right. We are
Mr. President.
heading. What happened? What happened?
Mr. President, whose U.S. Secret Service protection did you just revoke?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see it. Did I announce it on Truth Social? I'm not
Former
sure who was
Vice
it.
President Kamala Harris.
Oh, of course we did. They don't want. That was a gift to them because they don't want to. They don't want to have to hear it. They don't want to have to hear the word salad. That's a woman. She's horrible. They don't want to deal with it, right? He really took it away.
He did, but normally they get it. I think they only get it for 6 months. So Biden had tried to do like an auto pen, or I don't know what Biden tried to like extend it or something. But this is the norm that you give them 6 months of Secret Service protection.
Gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
Trump kept with
all
the
right.
tradition.
Sounds good, and I think those Secret Service agents are probably thrilled to not have to work and protect her anymore. Yeah. They probably called him and said, they think, what happened to him? They called me and they said, sir.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
Oh, gosh, not again. They said to me, sir, please, we can't do it anymore. All she does is serve word salads and eat Doritos. We can't do it anymore. Every day.
Never let anyone take your joy from you.
She's hammered by noon every day. Operation Hammered by Noon. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back as we wrap up this fourth and final hour. The Sean and Dawn Show on 1210 WPHT. Fight of the week. Go vote on YouTube. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. The Sean and Dawn Show returning to wrap up that fourth and final hour after this.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Labor Day mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens and baths for over 45 years right here in America. We're family-owned, second generation strong, and we manufacture our cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. That means no tariffs, no middlemen, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. This August, take advantage of up to 30% off cabinets during our summer savings event. Trust the name your neighbors have for decades, Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pathogen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:28 here on a Friday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Sean and Dawn Show. Normally this would be Kayal and company. There's no Kayal, there's still company, right? We're still here. We're rocking and rolling, taking us into Labor Day weekend. Dawn's here with a weather update. What do you say, Dawn?
Yeah, sponsored by D&K Appliances, the all-important weekend weather. So today, an isolated shower, don't rule that out, but otherwise, mostly sunny with some clouds mixing in, high of 80 degrees. And then for your weekend, Labor Day weekend, Saturday, oh, what a beautiful start to the holiday weekend. Plenty of sunshine with a high of 77 degrees. Then Sunday, much of the same, although we go up to 80. Labor Day Monday, bright, beautiful for the holiday, a little warmer, 82 degrees with a whole lot of sunshine. Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands, Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. And their staff, they're local experts guiding you right through the whole process. Sales, delivery, installation, and service. Just visit them. DK Appliances in Newtown Square or Flowertown. DKAppliances.com. Thanks for sponsoring our weather.
All right, that was it. Thank you for that weather update, Dawn Stensland. By the way, I love the weather. I'm a big weather nerd, and been tracking, looking at hurricane season. Not much going on out there right now. I have an idea. If we don't get a Gulf hurricane right now, and if we don't get one this season, your favorite president is going to take credit for it, right? I named it the Gulf of America. They wouldn't mess with us.
Mother Nature loves you, Mr. President.
That's it. Everybody loves me. I have to say that, right? Everybody. Mother Nature. I get along very well with Mother Nature. She does a tremendous job. Yesterday, we talked about, by the way, not Donald Trump, the Democrats may be holding a mini convention before the midterms. Donald Trump floated that idea yesterday as well now, which will be interesting to see if that becomes the norm. Before we took that break, we were talking about the fact that Kamala's Secret Service detail was removed. Donald Trump apparently removing Kamala's Secret Service detail. I want to jump into one of those former Kamala supporters. Maybe he's a current Kamala supporter, by the name of Aaron Parnas, one of the white dudes for Harris. Remember that nonsense fad that went on for a little while? He was apparently paid, but not paid, and he kind of tripped all over himself. So we'll jump back to the cut sheet just for a minute. But cut 30, while we're talking about Kamala Harris, let's play this clown who got called out even by the hapless Taylor Lorenz. Cut 30. There we go.
I need to take a minute and debunk some important misinformation. Many of you have commented about this article that came out in The Wired, asking if I've sold out, if I've taken money to push political talking points. The answer is no. Number one, this group never paid me for any content. This group never had control over any of my content. They never told me who to interview, what to say, or what not to say. They never once said you can't report on an issue. This group is a public cohort. Nothing was secret. And the point of it was to mentor smaller creators so that they can grow and that they can monetize their platform. And just like I've given speeches in the past or I've mentored other creators in the past, this was no different. This had nothing to do with politics, had nothing to do with a political party, and had no control over the content that I ever made. And even the article writer, Taylor Lorenz, admits that. Aaron is correct that Chorus didn't pay them to post specific content. Now, she talks about disclosure requirements, but there was no payment for content, and so there is nothing to disclose.
Do you want more of it? I have more if you want it.
What did he just say? I think he.
I don't know what he just said.
He could have said whatever he said in like 3 words.
Yeah, it was. You know? I mean, he takes after his boss, I guess, Kamala Harris, right? He takes after the word salad queen herself. I need a fork for Aaron Parnas. I don't know.
What did they get paid by the word?
He might. It's very possible he might get paid by the word.
Why do you do this, Sean? Why do you make me do it?
That was a mess.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Here it is.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
You do what you got to do.
Sorry about that.
Oh, man. Oh, look, nothing like left on left violence there, right? Rhetorically. But him going after Taylor Lorenz, not something I had on my bingo card. The left or leftists getting upset with Taylor Lorenz, who, by the way, remember when she glorified Luigi Mangione? Or she said, along the lines of, oh, it brought me joy, right? It brought me joy. Didn't she say that about somebody else, too? Or was that Mangione? I think it was Mangione that she said that about. It brought me joy to see this type of thing happen. And it's like, what on earth is wrong? How soulless does one have to be?
You're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
So,
a mighty good man.
I mean, talk about being morally bankrupt. It's Taylor Lorenz. It's also the Democrat Party, though. They're having their midsummer meetings. The DNC is. This new chairman, Ken Martin, who's been under fire for really being weak. A lot of people are on both sides of the aisle. Republicans are going to attack him, but there's a rift inside the Democrat Party, which has been brewing since October 7th, 2023, over, of course, Israel and Gaza. The Democrats have a huge problem with this Israel-Gaza conflict, the Israel-Hamas conflict. And of course, leave it to the Democrats to have an issue with something that really, it shouldn't be hard to choose a side. You may not be excited about the amount of foreign aid that goes to Israel, but you can't side with people like Hamas. It was like when this whole thing first started, you had these marches, rebranded Black Lives Matter. You had Queers for Palestine. And I don't really know, Dawn, but if you're a queer in Palestine, something tells me that you're going up to the top of a very tall building and taking a very long walk off of the edge, right? So, no, I mean, have you seen it happening in Philly? Any of the queer groups coming out in favor of Palestine still, or is that kind of a thing of the past?
In Philadelphia, it has been, we did have a a couple weeks ago, but I mean, it was like 10 people. These were not huge situations. So for whatever reason, I feel like in Philadelphia, and I credit the mayor, because even though she's not coming out publicly, you're hearing these far left groups and even the DA Krasner, not naming her by name, but calling her out, calling leadership, Democrat leadership out for not getting ahead of all of these issues, and especially the so-called sanctuary city issues. But I think that this sometimes, bias by omission. So let's say a statement by omission, the fact that the mayor is doing what she's doing, but in Philadelphia, Mayor Sherrell Parker, we just don't have a lot of noise on this. We just don't. And that tells me a lot. It tells me volumes.
Yeah, it speaks volumes for sure.
Yes.
It does. According to Fox News, this is an article in the Post Millennial, the DNC's Resolutions Committee rejected a proposal from 26-year-old Florida member Allison Minnerly calling for an arms embargo and suspension of U.S. aid to Israel. Instead, members initially backed a narrower ceasefire resolution introduced by DNC Chair Ken Martin, only for Martin to later withdraw that resolution in a surprise move aimed at preserving party unity. DNC Chairman Ken Martin was bullied by the anti-Semitic members of the Democrat Party to withdraw a resolution that simply recognized Israel's right to exist. Imagine that. Imagine being in a party where you can't... So this is the party, by the way, that says Ukraine has a right to defend itself and we have to send them endless amounts of aid because Putin bad, Ukraine good, and we have to fight the Russians, okay? And the whole idea is we'd rather fight the Russians in Ukraine than fight the Russians in the United States, when they would never attempt an invasion of the United States ever. That just wouldn't happen. But when it comes to the Jewish state of Israel, the Jewish homeland of Israel, they don't have the right to defend themselves, and we don't want to help them in their fight against Hamas, which would stop at nothing to cut off our heads. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Did you mention Allison Minnerly? Is that the person that you just mentioned with the...
Yes.
Yeah, so I got audio from her from Democracy Now! I'm actually loading into the system now. You give me 5 seconds and I can have that for you if you want to play that back.
Okay, yeah. Is that from those summer meetings?
No, it's actually from an interview she did explaining why she wants the arms embargo on Israel.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to hear that.
I would like to break down this process. It is something that not everybody knows about, which is that every year, right, the DNC meets several times
a year. Look at the
eyes. In these committee meetings, in these, general body meetings, there are decisions like this that are made.
Crazy
and I think that what's really important to know is that anybody that's watching at home, if you get involved in your local state party, your local chapter, things like that, there's an opportunity for you to become a state committee person who then becomes eligible to be a DNC member, which is exactly what I did. And so while my win and, path to becoming a DNC member was unexpected, the Youth Coalition in Florida, the same young people that organized March for Our Lives, that led the Don't Say Gay walkouts at their schools, we have a really strong history of youth organizing. And when we realized that the DNC slate, the people that were running to be our DNC members, didn't fully represent us or our values, we knew that we needed young people to step up and lead. And I was happy to heed that call and to take that action and to really...
Unbelievable. I have a question now, since we're in, talking about Pennsylvania too. We're Philly 1210 WPHT. Where is Governor Josh Shapiro, who was too Jewish to be on the Democrat ticket in 2024? Where is he on this? Why is he speaking out? I can't. His house was set ablaze by an anti-Semitic pro-Hamas lunatic. Where is he? Because I know in my heart of hearts, I would like to believe if Josh was sitting down with us right now, Governor Shapiro, cameras off the record, maybe we're having a drink, he would call it out. I have a feeling someone tried to kill him.
Mm-hmm. And
where has he said anything on this?
He did initially. He spoke out about this, and that was a good thing. And I think that's why, as far as the mayor here, the police commissioner in Philadelphia, and here in Pennsylvania, I do think that's why we shut down things that, for example, that ridiculous encampment that was happening at UPenn locally. And then I think they tried to move to Drexel and they shut it down. They're like, nope, just not going to happen. And so good. At least we have some level of sanity as opposed to West Coast and even, Columbia and New York. Oh,
New York.
Gosh.
I mean, with Mom Donnie, right? It is embarrassing. With September 12th, 2021, it was never forget. November of 2025, it's going to be, whoops, we forgot. Electing this guy, and it's not just because he's a Muslim, but it's everything. It's the Islamo-Marxist platform, which really, that's what the Democrats have become. It's no longer just a Marxist party, socialist party, communist party. It is now, there's a lot of Islamo-Marxism in there, between, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and the pro-Palestinian movement. Minnerly, who we just heard from, she said that the resolution was drafted with input from Palestinians, would have aligned the party with voter sentiment. Quote, the Democrat Party should follow.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Sean, we couldn't hear you there. By the way, the Trump administration is calling on a military base near Chicago for immigration enforcement, by the way. So that's going on. That's another headline this morning.
And to Sean's point, I just want to bring in Jake Sullivan, former NSA director here, had some comments. Sorry about that. Let me go back to that. And here's what he had to say, Dawn, about the embargo.
I have, in fact, told a number of members who were thinking about the votes on these resolutions that the situation as it stands today, following the breakdown of the ceasefire in March, means that a vote to withhold weapons from Israel is a totally credible position. That is a position that I would support.
Yeah.
But for me, the bigger question you're asking is about the future of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Right.
And here I think it comes down to what is the future of Israel? Are we going to be dealing with the prime minister and a right-wing government for years on end, or is there going to be political change in Israel? Because I think that would have an impact on what the nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship. What is the democratic character of Israel 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now will have a huge impact on what the nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
And that's former NSA advisor under Joe Biden, Jake Sullivan, reiterating why there needs to be an embargo on arms there, Dawn. We lost Sean.
Oh,
here.
no.
Yeah, so we're going to have to...
It's the Russians.
That's what it is. It's the Russians. And you saw him still talking there. It's just we have a system here that's giving us some trouble recently, so we'll get that fixed, hopefully, and we'll be back right after a break.
A lot of other news as well.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Forget the beach, forget the pool, forget the barbecue. Close out summer the smart way by saving up to $10,000 off any new Hyundai in stock. Only at Colonial Hyundai this weekend during the Colonial Hyundai annual Labor Day sales event. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Labor Day Monday. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Plus, that's not all. You can save big with 0% financing on any new Hyundai, Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade. And save big. The car czar John Ashdale will give you the most for your trade. $6,500 no matter the condition. Guaranteed. The only thing working overtime this weekend are the savings at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Run to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. See dealer for full details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back.
9:48 in the morning.
Woo!
Thank gosh you're back, Sean.
That was
Where'd he go?
You know what?
We thought the Russians.
It was Russia.
Yeah.
It was China.
Kidnapped.
It was. We got swatted again. Maybe, who knows? Hopefully not. There it is. We're back. A couple of a little technology doing what it does. But it is what it is. We're still here. The Sean and Dawn Show, rising up from the ashes of destruction like a phoenix. Standing up, puffing our chests out in the face of adversity.
Yes.
Nothing's ever going to keep me down. You're the best. There it is, right? There it is.
Fight.
We're back. Fight. Speaking of fights, Dan's got an update on the Fight Club vote. What's happening over there?
A surprising update on that as well. Let me get this song going, because this is a great song. I am happy you called for it. Believe it or not, Monday is emerging, guys, as the winner. 34% for that parking lot brawl.
I can see it.
Second place,
that was intense.
So far, 28% for the cheerleading brawl, the fight that looked like a Revolutionary War standoff. Third place is Friday, the fight in the Mexican Senate. And Dawn, I hate to report, but our twerk fight Wednesday is sadly in last place with only 17% of the vote.
I don't care.
No, Dawn's mad. Them's a fighting word right there.
I don't care.
Those are fighting words. Look, how about this, though? I'll tell you what. Give me until around 3 a.m. The cheerleading fight will pull it out. Just we got to get that next batch of mail in ballots coming in. We'll just bring them right in through Philly. Maybe maybe Jesse Morgan will drive a truck full of ballots to Harrisburg from Bethpage, Long Island. From the United States Postal Service. He was vindicated, by the way. There was a report that was swept under the rug awfully quickly, right? There was a report from the USPS that came out, and they said that we don't really know what happened here. As a matter of fact, when that did happen, Bethpage, it was about 20 minutes from where I used to live on Long Island. We had a huge protest outside the USPS there. I mean, we had like hundreds of people who showed up outside the USPS. Steve Bannon was talking about the whole thing. It was great because Jesse Morgan at that point came out as a whistleblower. So that was very, very interesting. 2020 up until when Trump won again was really, it was just quite a time to be alive, wasn't it? It was quite a time to be alive.
Yeah, these are historic times. We've never seen anything like this. And at the record pace, what did Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, call it this week? Trump speed. We're going to move at Trump speed, talking about Acela and fixing up some of the train stations and so on. And I think that's just it. It's Trump Force. We talked about Trump Force 47, but it really is a Trump speed. By the way, Trump, another thing he just did that we didn't even get to, he scrapped $5 billion in foreign aid, asking the Senate to do another rescission.
He's trying to do it, and he's trying to use a process called pocket rescission.
Yes, sir.
Which is debatably legal. It's weird because what you do when you send a rescissions package to Congress, they have 45 days to act. But there's less than 45 days left in the fiscal year. And what Donald Trump, the angle that the administration is trying to take is if they don't act on it, but these funds are being clawed back and the fiscal year expires, it's like it passes by default. The GAO, the Government Accountability Office, has said that he can't do this. They put an opinion out in 2018. They did so, I think, back in 1980, citing the ICA of 1974, the Impoundment Control Act. This is going to be a court fight, and the precedent that comes from this is going to be very important because if pocket rescissions are deemed legal, right, it's going to change the way a president can go ahead and make spending cuts going around Congress, who is supposed to have the constitutional, power of the purse. So it's I give him credit for going for it. I don't know if it's going to be successful, but I certainly give him credit for going for it and trying it with this USAID trial balloon, because if that precedent is set, you're going to be looking at a much easier way to cut spending in the future for all presidents.
So the D.C. Court of Appeals just yesterday lifted that injunction. So it opens the door. It looks like this D.C. Court of Appeals ruling that just happened, it looks like they're saying this within this narrow field, it is technically legal, but the maneuver, this pocket rescission, they haven't done one of these since 1977. We're looking at 48 years ago, the last time they did this.
Trump tried to do it in his first term,
but
did not.
But it
was not successful. So and there was an opinion offered by the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, that he couldn't do it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. It's not a court ruling. It was just an opinion, a legal opinion. So it wasn't a ruling. This is going to be a court battle. It is that time of the morning to get to my brother in suffering, fellow New York Jets fan, or maybe a Cowboy. I don't know. It's like Jets fans and Cowboys fans are in the same boat right now. Season's already over.
History, music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 29th, we celebrate the birthday of Kyle Cook from Matchbox 20. Heavenly birthday shout out to Michael Jackson. Signal Coot Pull Me Under by Dream Theater in 92. Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode in 89. Private Eyes by Hall & Oates in 81. And Basket Case by Green Day in 94. Out of the Coot Definitely Maybe by Oasis in 94. Steel Wheels by the Stones in 89. Kiss of Death by Motorhead in 2006. And Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2 by Halloween in and 88. Also in 2005, Fats Domino was rescued from flooding in New Orleans caused by Hurricane Katrina. In 92, U2 became only the second act ever to play Yankee Stadium. Yes, I was there. In 77, 3 people were arrested after trying to steal Elvis's body before eventually being moved to Graceland. And in 80, Valerie Bertinelli finagles her way backstage to meet Eddie Van Halen at a concert in Shreveport, Louisiana. But lastly, on this day in 2019, Noel Gallagher said he wanted to start a petition to break up the Foo Fighters, which followed Dave Grohl and Taylor Hawkins telling concertgoers in England they want to start a petition to get Oasis to reunite. They are at MetLife Stadium Sunday and Monday. I'll see you tomorrow on 11 o'clock for Kayal Company. I'm Phil Almquist.
Woo!
There it is, Phil Almquist with the music history. We love that segment. Always nice to hear those tidbits. Fats Domino, by the way. I love that song, Ain't That a Shame. I love that. I heard that, first time I heard that song was in the movie Rocket Boys, about those kids in, was it West Virginia, Jake Gyllenhaal. Mm-hmm. The Dawn Show is up next. What's on tap?
Yeah, so we've got, coming up we have a ton of breaking news. Big surprise. No surprise. 10:15, we're going to have John Birch Society's David Giordano. 10:30, Senator Dave McCormick, timely to hear from our Pennsylvania senator. At 11:30, another regular fave, Dr. Michael Bustler, obviously our favorite economics professor locally, breaking down what all this means as far as new economic numbers and looking ahead to the numbers that are coming out September 11th. And then beyond that, what will the Fed do? So all of those great interviews, plus all the day's news coming up on the Dawn Show.
All right. Thank you, Dawn. It's been fun the last couple days. I will be back with you guys and gals probably on next Friday, but I will be solo filling in on Monday, Labor Day from 6 to 10 right here on 1210 WPHT. Can't wait for that. Everybody have a great, happy, healthy, and safe Labor Day weekend. And as Donald Trump says, thank you for your attention to this matter. Have a great weekend.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs.